Hello. It's stream 180. Kitty wanted some attention right before the stream, so Kitty got to say hello first. Hello, world. Guess who's here? It's Nui, and then Nui's character. And then I have one ghost character that I discovered last night. How are you doing, Nui? I actually know why that there is one ghost character left. This player has not logged in since they created their account, so I kind of made a mistake yesterday in assuming that it was okay to delete old leaked characters um, on character creation. Thing is, the characters aren't created unless you log in again. So player 84 has never logged in since the first login. So I need to put in some more code to delete ghost characters to get rid of player 84. Either that or I need to delete player 84 completely. Then I wouldn't have to add the extra code. Okay, anyway, if you haven't seen this before, I have a game. It is just the beginnings of the game. You can log into it right now. It's online. It's going to be a multiplayer RPG. And here we see the game world. There's not much to the game world yet. Just for testing, when you log in, there's a placeholder avatar with your name above it, just so we can play around with interaction between the client and the server. And other things you can do right now, you can report issues in game. You can download the data the server has on you. Oh, Nui's changed directions. Oh, the lags. I see. Did the lag cause your character to move in the wrong direction for a while too? Interesting. Missed what I said. I was just giving the standard intro, Nui. And the fact that this player ghost is caused by the fact that that player hasn't logged in since the ghost problem. And we're only deleting ghost characters when you log in, which is when characters are created. So I'll either have to go manually remove that tile from the game or add more code to probably to delete tiles for players that aren't logged in anymore at some point. Yeah, so that makes sense that when you had lag, your character got down to around. I'll simulate what I saw. You were going along the path here, and then you reached this point, and then it kind of stopped, and then all sort of started going backwards, and then it got stuck in that corner again, and then went left again. So what I assumed happened is when you got to here, it continued going to the left and up and right, but you were lagged out the whole time. And at that point, you kept going right, and so this one kept going right, and then tried to go down, but you're already at the bottom right corner, and then it started going left again. So that lag must have been this long. That's a significant lag. Like maybe 10 seconds? You were lagged out for 10 seconds? Interesting. So yeah, there's all sorts of interesting things we're learning already by having this interaction that we didn't have before on the stream. So yes, like I was saying, there's not much you can do yet other than create an account, show up in the game here with a label over your head, download the data the server has, which is basically what you can see yourself in the panels, and then you can report issues. And if you would like to help me test it, you can put issues in game there, or I also have an issues GitHub where we can put bug reports there, and I also have a Discord. If you want to just report it there, that's fine too. So this is very new, and last couple days I worked out all the bugs to show up the avatars correctly. There's just one glitch left, and today I thought about working on the input, focus, and key issues. Since right now, if you first log in and you try to use the movement keys, nothing happens. And there's a workaround right now where you click in an empty area and then you can move. But then there's an interesting issue where if you are in an issue and you go to this note panel and you type either W, A, S, or D, it moves your character. See that? It also has a side effect. If I do that in the admin console, it actually disconnects me because the admin is not supposed to be moving around. So, yeah, interesting things, interesting bugs we're finding. So I'm going to work on that first. So I was going to try to see either handling the key input through phaser or some other library, or alternatively, I might just attach a on-key handler to the entire window, and then I have to do something special if we're inside of a input or text area. If that has the focus, we'll probably just ignore keys. So I'm inclined to try the phaser approach first. Oh, while I'm before I do that, let me set up the local host, which I don't think I have running. Yeah, I was in the wrong directory when I launched it off screen before. I'll let that boot up while I look at the examples. I wanted to get the phaser 3 examples actually. Input, keyboard. I wanted one of these simple ones. Was it? Let's just pick the first one. And then I'm assuming that I need to show this in the debug console. Okay, not this one, I guess. Let's look at the code. Okay, so it's this. It's a phaser input keyboard add keys. Then oh, use is down. Okay, but I want actual events, right? So this might not be for me. Okay, this one also is using the is down. It's like polling instead of I wonder if they all use polling. Just down. Oh, global key down event. Input keyboard on, key down. Okay, I think this might be what I want. The idea is right. So we get a huge. Oh, that's interesting. Invalid state error. We get a huge event that has stuff like the key that was pressed, code. So what happens if I hold down shift and press? I'll actually get a key down shift. Oh, and shift is repeatable? That's interesting. I gotta do it quickly after I there's the key down shift. Oh, it's because I held down shift, I guess, at the time. Key is D. So I think what I want is to ignore the shift or caps lock. Let me try caps lock. Caps lock on. That's interesting. I get a caps lock key down. Yeah, so the code is always the same. Hey there, SPJ. So yeah, if I use the key down event with code, let me try that. So let's look at their code again. So this is really simple, and I like simple because I'm a simple person myself. All right, let me log in. This is the test environment. I am player 1 in this test environment. All right. Your console. I had put this in the activities, playing activity, right? Right, this on key down. So I had it attached to that div. So let's see what happens if I... Can I copy that and comment out? Or actually, it would probably be better to just comment out all of this stuff and not making a tab stop anymore, right? Okay, that doesn't work. Copy the whole thing, and then just in this version of it, remove these things. Oh, that's not going to work. Let's put it up here. Comment it out. There we go. Then remove these. Okay, now I've liberated it. Now let me... So on create, we'll do this. So let's move these around. I guess they move into the phaser stage, don't they? So that is under middleware stage. Yeah, so here, make paste the key stuff, and then okay, so on start move and on stop move, dispatch these actions. So let's just for convenience, we'll move those mappings up here, const, and then have that just do equals like that. Hey, Bix Plays, it's been a while. Have you seen my game yet? You can create an account and log into it now. You can't do much other than... Oop, this is the wrong window. Can't do much other than move your little avatar around. And one of the other viewers we have has written a quick script in their client to just move their character around in circles. So yeah, it's live. It's the back end is hosted on AWS. The front end is on Amazon CloudFront. And front end being in JavaScript, back end being in C++ that you might have seen me work on before. And I just have some simple, quick avatars thrown in here when you log in, and there's no real world yet, but working on it piece by piece. Today I'm working on the input system, because right now, if this overall div here doesn't have the input focus, then the keys don't do anything. So I'm hitting keys, it's not doing anything. I had to click in this area, and then I can move around. So I'm trying to fix that today by looking at how input is handled in Phaser, and it looks really simple, so I'm going to try that out. And if that doesn't work, my backup plan would be, instead of attaching it on the stage div, try to attach it to the entire window. And that's what I'm working on right now. So I moved the key down handlers and key up. I need to figure out key up. Would that be on Phaser? Probably keyboard up, right? And I need to change these move keys because, like I found here, they are... it's called key D, so it would be like key A, key S, key D. And instead of doing uppercase, I think what I'll do is have this be a map. So actually, I don't remember how to do MDN map. How do you construct a map? Oh, iterable. Key value pairs. Okay, so if I did it this way, it's new, right? New map. And then, so it's an outer array and then an inner array for the key values. Because I want it to have it mapped to what it needs to tell the server. Actually, I'll just redo these. S W D. Hey there, 85 filter. Working on fixing up keyboard input and probably adding in mouse or touch alternatives to movement today. Okay, so those are the move keys, and so instead of E key, it was the E dot code. And is there a repeat? Okay, yeah, so we're going to ignore repeats. And then instead of index of, it's going to be a get. Move key. It's just called move key. Move keys, get. Let's call this a code. Actually, why do I even do that? I can just say e code. And if we can just make it, if it's truthy, then do that, right? Hey there, Crumpet. What's the plan for graphics? Are there going to be animations? There's going to be, what's that? Caves of, oh, I haven't heard of that game. Caves of Cud? Instant move, text-based style. I think it's going to evolve. So this is what we have now, right? They are just static tiles, but I've been inspired in the past by the old games, like the Ultima series, where in Ultima 3, I think, it was all static, or there were maybe 2 variations of every tile and just flip-flop between them. And I think water was, there's a scroll effect. And as they evolved that series of games, they added more animation sequences to the tiles. So I might follow the same path where at first it's all static tiles, then do some basic like flip-flop or some scroll effect, and then, you know, build upon that. I think that's what I'm going to do. Hey there, T-Jug. Daily dose of Raimu. Exactly. Yeah, sometime today I'm going to solve this problem about the extra ghost. Actually, it would be solved if player 84 logged in. Then their ghost would disappear. And that would be the last ghost. I'll have to look up that game, Bix, because I might get some inspiration from that. So, you know what that means? I'm going to go to my log and give you a point. I'm starting to do this now, where I don't have in-game rewards, but if I do, I'll retroactively apply them to... I've been doing this the last couple of days. People give me good input or point out mistakes I'm making, and I've been giving them virtual credit, which you can't spend yet. All right, so really these are the same, right? Only it's stop instead of move. So let's do stop here. And then it's in the create that they did it, right? Let me find that again. Yeah, so it's, in my case, it's scene. Actually, maybe I don't need the scene because I can just get access to the stage. Just to be consistent here, I can do stage scene input keyboard on key down, and then that's the event on key down. And I'm assuming it's on key up goes to key up, but we'll see. But you can't move in the game. Yeah, that's a bug that I'm working on right now. So if you find you can't move in the game, like this, I can't move. Try clicking in an empty area first, and if you're in Chrome, you'll notice a thin blue line, which is the input focus. Now the W, A, S, and D keys. So there are multiple problems there. You have to click in an empty area. That's an input focus issue. The fact that it's only WASD and the arrow keys don't work is another issue. And there's also problems with glitches sometimes. You hit 2 keys simultaneously, or it'll actually move twice like that. You see me jump diagonally? That shouldn't be allowed. That's a race condition that's a little bit more difficult that I'll be working on later. Out of bean water? What's bean water? Hey there, T-Jug's moving. He's moving! I noticed some server lag there, where it paused and then everyone jumped forward. Yeah, just keep in mind I haven't done any performance measurements or optimization, so it's pretty rough around the edges right now. Oh, Beanwater's coffee. Oh, I see. Yeah, see, I don't drink coffee, so that didn't occur to me. Will gear be visual in the game? I don't know. It depends on how elaborate we want the tiles set to be, and how much art that either I can do or I can uh, get, or if people want to donate it. Hey there, Clayman. And one of the streams I need to dedicate to making a stream overlay that just shows a reduced version of this world, like right above my head here. I think that would be cool. You don't like saying it? Oh, yeah. Do people really find coffee to be a bad word? I can always host an art jam? Yeah. I would need to know how those are usually set up. So you're probably know a lot more than I do about that, Crumpet. Nui is still going. Nui actually stopped at some point in the evening yet last night, and then I noticed it was starting up again this morning. So I should thank Nui for helping me load test the server. So because of the regular movement keys, I can kind of compare that to the idle, and I can also compare that to when people get really active, and I'll use that later to sort of figure out roughly how bad the performance is and how urgent it is for me to go look into optimization. Okay, anyway, this should have reloaded this. Okay, start, stop is, oh yeah. That looks like a bug. It should be stop, move, right? There we go. Oh yeah, don't feel obligated to help me test all night long. What would be really cool is if, what I probably should do, until people actually, unless people, I should say unless, or should I say until lots of players are playing this game, I should have, it would be useful to have a tool also automated in the cloud that is just constantly hitting the server with random movement keys. All right. Hey, look, it worked. Problem is, it might also do stuff when I'm in this ticket typing this note. Let's see. Yeah, see, there's still that problem. I have to, I think I just have to check to see if anything in the DOM has the focus and ignore the key, right? But at least now you don't have to click anywhere. Phaser just always catches the keys for me. I could push this online now, but I think I'd rather fix this issue first. What's the end game of the game? Well, there might not be an end game, because one of the objectives I have is to keep evolving the game live on stream. So if there is an end game, that might be a sad thing, which would mean that, like, I'm planning not to work on the game anymore. Another interpretation of end game could be like end game of the current amount of content in the game. Like if I have, like in World of Warcraft, they have raids, and then there's a progression system. So when you get to the end game of the current content patch, you could consider it. For that, I think I'll probably go along the lines that I have for the different styles. So there might, if you like questing, there's probably going to be a long quest chain for various stages of content deployment, and there might be some powerful enemy of the day that you have to go defeat, or there might be an epic puzzle to solve. So, I might have one of each of those, and just every couple months push out more. Or I could just be evolving them on stream. So one idea I had was I could be adding these things in the game behind a fence, so to speak, and if people walked up to that fence or gate or whatever, you could actually peek across and see some of the stuff. And then as a live event on stream, I would unlock the gate and have people flood in and experience the new content. Yeah, RFC. Well, not completely define evil. So if I show you the debug window here, I didn't implement really RFCs at all. They're really just messages between the client and the server, and these messages are pretty simple JSON encoded objects. So whenever you hit a movement key, it just says, "Oh, type input player or player input move A," because I hold down the A key, and then in response, the server will say, "Oh, well, a sprite moved," and it's very simple right now. Sprite 19 moved to x1, y0. Now it moved to x1, y -1. And so it's more event-driven and not RPC. And then this is on top of WebSockets, which is a pretty nifty protocol where I didn't even have to implement the JavaScript side of the WebSockets. It's just built into most web browsers. I did do my own C++ backend side of the WebSockets, and that was pretty fun. I enjoyed that. But still, it's not that complicated of a protocol. So, will it be hardcore in a way that death is meaningful, has consequences? These are all excellent questions, T-Jug. And I actually am inclined to figure that out with my community. So your input is as good as anyone else's. And so I can start collecting these thoughts and give you points for suggesting things. Meaning that you two just earned some points for suggesting these things. And then we can discuss it in Discord or on stream, and whatever one, the consensus could be just what I start to work on at some point. Shouldn't the client send coordinates and the backend decide the movement is okay? Yeah, that's what it will do. In fact, right now, I'll show you. If I continue moving left, look what happens. Now it's like, no, I want to move left. And the server says, no, you're staying where you are. In fact, an optimization might be I shouldn't even be sending these because the position never even changed. So the server does have the final say about where sprites are. So the player just basically makes requests, input requests, and the server decides what to do. You had to implement FTP for a class. FTP is a little bit more complicated than WebSocket, so I applaud you and your class. I like that stuff though. If you look back at the streams I did last year, I mentioned lots of RFCs, so if I just search for RFC, there's going to be a ton of hits. RFC, if I could type. So we did RFC 2045, we did 5321, we did 4952. That was all email related. I did PBKDF2 for password hashing, and I used an RFC for the test vectors. And I don't remember what this RFC was, but I think it had to do with encoding Unicode in JSON. This was part of Amazon Web Service signing. I did one RFC there. Here we go. What was I doing here? Oh, HTTP. There was an RFC for IRC protocol when I made the Twitch bot. There's HTTP over transport layer security. Yeah, so you can tell just from my log, I do a lot of RFC stuff. I find it really fun. It wasn't until like November I actually said, oh, let's try to make a game on top of some of this stuff. How do you change your character? Just says player number? Oh, yeah, hold on. So right now, to guard against people picking naughty words, when you create your account, there's also a ticket created called a name check. And that's for me to go in there and say, okay, is this name appropriate? Is Bix Plays an appropriate name? I'll say sure. I will have a button here just to quickly approve, but right now my approval process is that I close and lock the name check ticket if it's approved, and I go and find you and I hit unmask. And then one bug is that it should just show your name instead of player 88. That's another thing I could probably work on today. So in the meantime, it won't really show your name until you refresh. So if you refresh right now, you should jump you back to the center with your real name, and the old one should go away. Okay, 85 filter. You have a great weekend as well. Sleep well. Did you ever think of also doing the game client in C++? People have suggested that, and I thought about. In fact, the previous incarnations of my game were in C++, but when I started watching people on Twitch who were doing game dev, it's either in Unity or in JavaScript or GameMaker or one of these platforms, and I thought, I really do prefer working on the back end anyway. I'll just use a framework that gets me what I need, that also has some cool things I want to learn, and that happen to be JavaScript. So it's still an option. I can do it in C++. So there you are, Bixplace, and your old avatar with the placeholder name is gone. If player84 would log in, we would fix that final glitch. That's really a ghost character. They're not really logged in. They are. There are only 7 people logged in, but we're seeing 8 avatars because player84 is a ghost character from a couple days ago. Yeah, so Clayman, not the game stuff I did on Twitch, but the previous incarnation of this concept that I worked on before I streamed on Twitch was in C++. The back end of the game is C++. The front end, though, is in JavaScript. What happens if you pick the same name as someone else? It shouldn't let you. There's also a bug about you can change the spelling, and that's on the list of things to change. So if I look through this, if you were to pick like hey with lowercase, it would let you do it, but then I could go in there and say, well, someone's got that name with a different case. And then there's a bug open to not even let you do it in the first place. Stress testing is great right now. Break it while it's easy to fix. If we wait until like I have a whole bunch of game content and then people then start load testing it and I find a whole bunch of issues, it would be much more difficult to fix. All right. Yeah, so during the day as people create accounts, I need to go through and there were a whole lot of accounts created the first few days. And it's been, I think most people who are regulars on the channel have now created an account, so kind of slacked off a little bit. I try, I'm going to make that actually pretty transparent. The only data that I store on the server is what you type in, and how do I show this? Your email address is completely optional. The only thing I'm going to use that for is if you forget your password. If you want to prove who you are, you can ask the system for a password to reset your password, and it'll just send you the email so that to prove that you have control. You're the only one who'll get the token. But you can always leave out the email address. I'm never going to look at these email addresses in the game snapshots, so that I need to codify into the privacy policy and make that something that you see when you log in. But I haven't gotten to that yet. It's on my list of things to do. Character data won't live on the server. The only character data right now is what you see. The fact that there is an avatar associated with your player account, the position, and when you last moved. That's it right now. Now, as I add more character data, yeah, that you'll always be able to download your personal information. The character data, I think what I'm going to try to do is keep it completely separate from personal information. So, actually, that brings up a good question. If you create a character called Bixplays, is that character your personal information? Maybe the name part is. I don't know. Could be. Thanks for the follow, Define Evil. What's the hosting setup like? It's on AWS. I don't know if I have a command for it yet or not. No, I don't. I should probably add a command for that. Let me give you a point for asking. So, need to add AWS command. So, essentially, the client is deployed to Amazon's CloudFront, which is a content distribution network. The files themselves are served from an S3 bucket, so S3 is Simple Storage Service, also from Amazon. And then the back end of the game is running on virtual machines in Amazon's cloud. They call it the Elastic Compute Cloud, something like that. EC2. So That's a virtual Linux machine that is constantly running the server code. Not personal information because it's not your real name. There you go. But if you did put your real name for your player and I associated that name with your character, that could cause it to be personal information, maybe. I don't know. Just finished a cloud computing class. Yeah, so I'm trying to make it independent of AWS. So I could just move this all to Azure or Google's cloud or something else, because all it really needs is I just need a Linux machine somewhere that can talk to the internet. And for the front end, I just need something to host the JavaScript and CSS and HTML. So that could be anything. Hey there, Rally Monkey. He give you special treatment and make your avatar super huge? I don't know, maybe. That leads me to thinking about cool ideas, so why don't I just give you a point for suggesting it? So some ideas I had were that people who get a lot of points by helping me out in chat or finding things in the game by testing could get perks like custom avatars or custom abilities or custom special access. So there's a lot of things I could do. You're just storing the data in the backend in the EC2 file system? Yeah, so let me show you. You can just imagine this is also on AWS, but I'm going to show you what's on my local workstation here. So here's the local development environment, right? And I should have a corresponding login to it. Let me do that. Right. This is the server view. So let me get the server view up here. Just a second. I have different access keys for development, so I can show them on stream. So it's easiest to show if I tell the servers to just capture a snapshot of the state. So you can see I had player 1 over here on the left. There's only one player in the test environment. Actually, there are two. There's Bob, who's not logged in. So I'll show you what that looks like on AWS. If you can imagine it being in AWS, this stage folder has 3 directories, one for each server. So there are 3 servers. They keep the state replicated and consistent using an algorithm called Raft, which I did not invent. It was a clever person named Diego Ongaro, I think his name was, invented an algorithm so that you can have 3 copies of your server and they all keep in sync with the state. So I can look at any of these folders and see basically the same state. I have a rolling journal and snapshot. The journal captures discrete changes to the game. So if I look at an old journal, you'll see every time a change was made to the entity component system, like modifying a component, that's usually what happens is a modify component. That's when I was moving around, right? So if I start to move or stop moving or the position changes, you can see here the position of a character is changing. Each one of these is a command to change the state. And that is stored in the journal file. And then every time we want to roll up the state and form a snapshot, that goes into a snapshot file and it looks like this. So it's just a big JSON string right now. If I get to the point where I want to optimize this, make it a lot faster, this could become a database. These could become tables and rows in a database. But right now it's super simple, just a JSON file. So it captures that there's one avatar currently in the game, that there's also an input component and a position component and a tile. And these are all linked together by entity number 19. So I had more notes on the entity component system back on day 177. Essentially, every object in the game has an ID number, that's the entity, and then you attach one or more components to give entities data, and the game logic runs continuously on those components. So this avatar you see in the game here is represented by 4 different components. The tile is what to put in the nameplate above, and the position is where to draw it. The input is whether or not that character moved, and if they want to move again, this is the cooldown of when they can move again. And then the avatar component links that entity with the player ID. So P1 I can then go down and find under players, player ID 1 is me. And because I'm masked, it'll show player 1 instead of my name. So, and here's another peek of what the server holds for like your login stuff. Like it'll store your email address here. We don't store passwords in the clear, though. We use an algorithm called PBKDF2. It uses a large number of iterations on production, uses a bunch of algorithms like the secure hash algorithm, hash-based message authentication codes, to take your password with some randomly generated salt and hash it to death, basically, so that this is the hash of your password that becomes very expensive to crack. It's not uncrackable, but it becomes very difficult to crack it. So that if this were to leak, then you'd have sufficient time to change your password if you use it on other sites or whatnot. It's a lot safer than having the password stored in the clear, obviously. So yeah, anything else I want to track about this is what you would get if you ask for the game for your personal information. Here, let me show you what I do. Let me show you on the test environment if I do this, right? If I say download my data, and then I open that file, I just get a copy of that same record, the main player record, and then you get the content of any open or any tickets that still exist in the ticketing system. So that's the equivalent of this table here with this information, right? Goes here. So yeah, that's how it's stored on AWS. It's just stored in a file, and the game program is sitting next to it. It basically is constantly writing to this journal, and every once in a while it rolls it up into a snapshot and then rotates the file numbers. So let me get to the questions. Oh, you know about RAF. Cool. Yeah, quorum system, exactly. It doesn't matter now, but it mentions stress testing. Without storing the file system via scaling, yeah, it could be. So the next step would probably be then instead of storing the journal in the file system, it would go to a database and let the database figure out the best way to store to persist its information. It might have a disk, or it might be optimized some other way. So yeah, for now, because I'm focusing on getting it functional and worrying about the performance when I start to see performance issues. But I need to keep the door open. So as I design things into this data structure, I'm keeping in mind that, oh, if I need to put it in a database, this will probably be a table, and this will be many different columns in that table, you know, that kind of thing. You're testing all the walls to make sure. Yeah, too bad I don't have. I guess I do have walls, right? We have walls. That's how NUI can't go out of bounds, because there's an invisible wall at the boundary. I'll show you what the invisible wall is coded up as. It's a little bit interesting. This goes into the entity component system. So in the game, there is a components. Components manages one or more systems, and one of the systems is the movement system. And essentially it gets to this point where it says, oh, you wanted to move in some direction, and then it just caps your X and Y coordinates within these arbitrary bounds, which happen to be the boundaries, you know, horizontal and vertical of the virtual space. So it's pretty simple. Thanks for the follow. Ernie? Thank you. Be careful with algorithms while they can't be patented themselves. It's possible to patent them being used for certain things. It's had, oh, No Man's Sky got trouble because of the algorithms they used? Okay. Interesting. I'm pretty sure Raft is used by a bunch of different people, though. And it was designed to be patent-free? It was a... I should look into that. Because if Raft got patented, I might be in trouble. I'd have to pick another quorum system or abandon quorum entirely. Oh, Bix is saying they can't be patented. But you can patent them being used in certain situations. So someone, I guess, could patent using Raft in a game backend. Not that I would do such a thing. Do you have the source code for this? I've not heard about... Oh, source for this. Not heard about No Man's Sky getting in trouble. You can patent using them for certain stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I don't really like that kind of reality of life, but yeah, I accept that it is probably true. Am I an SQL loving man? Not really. I'm not really adept at database stuff, which is probably why I chose for now to have the data as this huge JSON file. If I was really into databases, I probably would have leapt directly to put this into a database. But I'm like, let's see what I can do with just a JSON file for now. Not sure if it's intended, but it seems like you can only send one input. For example, if you press A and S, only the A gets executed. It should execute the last step, so... If I am holding down D right now, and then I start holding down S, it switches to going down. So it basically remembers the last key down, and then the last key down it just ignores. So like if I hold down A, hold down S, release A, I'm still moving down, and only when I release S do I stop moving. Because the up has to match the down on the back end for it to stop moving. I think I did it that way. Thanks for the follow, Rockstar Coder. SQLite is your go-to. Another point of credit is coming for who? Who deserves a point? Did I miss it? I gave one to Bix for pointing out that there could be a potential issue in the future with the algorithm applied to things. Send two inputs at the same time. Then you'd be able to move diagonally, though. I'll think about that. Hold on, I lost track. Who was first talking about the... Oh, it was Clayman. Okay, yeah, so we'll give Clayman a point for this thread. Let me capture all of the relevant parts of this discussion. I guess it's just this line. Maybe I just don't understand exactly what you mean by two inputs at once. Because right now I wanted the movement to be strictly, what is that, cardinal directions? Is that what they're called? So I didn't want the player to be able to move diagonally. If they move diagonally, it makes, well, one thing, it's counter to what the old games actually let you do. And the other thing is that you could move through corners, potentially. So what would two inputs be? Oh, see, there's the bug where it's still moving to the left even though I released the key. I believe that's a race condition on the back end. But I want to understand, Clayman, what your thought process was. Maybe, actually, quite probably, you are thinking of something that I haven't thought of. What's the behavior of left plus right? It'll just change directions right now. But maybe left plus right you would stay where you are? Oh, is that what you're thinking? So like if you started moving left and then you hit right, it should just stop. And then when you release left, it would start moving right. Or if you released right, it would start moving left. Canceling inputs is really common. So for me, canceling the input would be just releasing the key. But yeah, if I kept track of on or off for all four movement keys and then just added them up, that would be another way of doing it, right? Something to consider. And hello, Mr. Love Pickle. Such a fun name. Okay, I think I fixed the input issue. Oh no, I was gonna work on this one, right? That it still moves when you're in a note. I think what I'm gonna do is capture in here the event in the console so I can see it. I will say on key down E. And then I can look at it in the console. There we go. How do I want to look at, what do I want to recreate here? I want to go into the into a ticket's note and then press a key. So what I'm interested to see is, does it tell me what has the focus? Current target null. I'd hate to have to query the DOM like to find out if something else has the focus though. That's the problem. What about having keys to move up and down like they have in old MUDs to move up and down to different floors? Oh, like vertically up and down? As in, like, if there was a z-axis? I was just going to have, like in the old Ultima games, you couldn't just arbitrarily move up and down. You had to be next to or on a tile that allowed that kind of vertical motion. So things like stairs or a rope ladder or a pit. And then when you were either step on them, you would just move up or down. Or if you're standing over them, there'd be a separate pair of keys, like, I guess, J and K. If WASD is horizontal, J and K might be up and down. That's what I was thinking. I didn't want to have too much Z-axis in the game to start with because it's just going to make it more difficult, but yeah, I'll consider it. This guy's racking up the points. I think it's working. My clever scheme to get player engagement in chat is award them currency they can't use yet. Am I committing on the WSD movement? No. So that's on the plan today also, is to make the arrow keys alternatives, add buttons so that you can also do it with touch or the mouse, and even maybe interpret mouse clicks on the four sides of the character as the same as moving. I want to make it so that it's intuitive how you would think you would move your character. You would try it and it would just work. That's sort of my goal right now. Accumulating the inputs is more robust in general, so you don't have weird ordering problems. Okay. One thing I'm afraid of is the amount of time it's going to take me to go back and review all of these ideas. Click movement sounds fun to implement. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes today. But I want to see, is there, if we were inside of this note box, this text area when I hit the A key. Is there any clue of that here? Oh, target text area. That's what I want. And how do I know it's a text area? Target.type or something? Target dot something. Not node area. Is there like a type? Tag name, type. Okay, there is a type. So I can look at target type. If target type is a text area, then ignore it. Let me try that. Try something. See if it works right away and just go with it, right? So we already are ignoring repeats. So we'll say if e dot, what was it again? Target dot type is text area. Probably also an input, right? Or it's an input. Then return. All right, let's give it a shot. So I can still move, but let's say I go to here and I want to change my name. Nope, that didn't work. What about the text area? That worked. Okay, so it worked for text area, but not input. So let's bring in the console log again. Oh, what did Clayman get points for? Oh, the fact that you asked it? Okay, I guess my mind leapt to, I already had that in the plan, but sure. I'm in a charitable mood. Hold on. Who needs to have points? I'll let that stand. But Vix, who am I not giving a point to? Define evil for click movement sounds fun to implement. Okay, sure. Why not? Point for everybody. Mr. Lovepickle, did you say something point worthy? You just said hi. You haven't deserved points yet. All the points. Just remember, these points they don't mean anything yet. They might mean something in the future. Okay, let me try to find out why it didn't work on in the input box. So let me bring this back up, and then I'll click here and I'll type to the right, and then look here. What happened? Target type text. Okay. Oh, is that because it could be text or it could be password? Something like that. 1 billion points. I don't know about that. Yeah, I do have a video in G-Test. You want to see it? It's actually my most popular video on YouTube, mostly because I spam the link to it in my channel. Because when I work on the back end, I use Google Test and test-driven development, and occasionally people are like, "What? I don't understand what these macros mean." I'm like, "Oh, watch this video." Yeah, hey there, Murdium. How's it going? You're thinking, you're trying to score some points. Okay, so is it best to look at type, or should I be looking at something else here? Like, something should have the value input, right? Node name maybe, but I think these names are things I could change with attributes. Maybe I'll just go with text for now. Type text. All right, let's try it now. So I can still move. Now I can't move. And I have to like click out of that box to move. Is that going to confuse people that if you click in a box and you start typing that you can't move anymore? I really only want to do that with the WASD. Oh, wait a minute, no, arrow keys are also moving the cursor there. So we want to leave arrow keys alone too. And then this still works, right? Now I'm still frozen, and now I can move again. I'm going to assume that that's okay and move on to arrow keys next. Let's do arrow keys. I'll just use this. This is a time-honored tradition of developers that if you are too lazy to read the documentation and you're like, oh, I wonder what the code is for up and down, left and right, you can just put a console log and look at the console and just hit the arrow up key and then look at the thing. It's arrow up. There we go. So I can just add arrow up. That is an alternative to W. Arrow up. Oops. Thank you for letting me know that. Who told me about that first? Clayman? Thank you, Clayman. 10 points for Clayman. There you go. When I really goof up like that and someone tells me, then I appreciate it. Yeah, 24 years. Yep. Yeah, if I really screw up on stream, the first person to let me know gets a ton of points. Because I really appreciate knowing as soon as possible if I really screw up like that. Yeah, I hit my hotkey by accident. Okay, so down is S. And left is A. And right is D. See how I'm doing? I'm just just pretending to the backend that it's WASD the whole time. Oh, you didn't hear my response? Oh, my response to your idea, I said it was an excellent idea, so I'm giving you a point for that. The fact I can't fire at all right now means that I can't act on that suggestion, but it's a great one still. So what's on the list? Panic. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Love Pickle. In fact, I'm gonna allow 5 points to Mr. Lovepickle for being the second to alert me. Why not, right? There we go. Okay. So do arrow keys work? Yes, they do. What about the that's interesting. These don't work. Why didn't this work? The numpad. Oh, it's I need key, not code? Interesting. So the code was numpad 8 when I use the numpad arrow up. Okay, so let me fix so what does it do when I do A or D? Oh, I can't just look at key then because it could be capitalized. So I should look at code, but the code was numpad. So it's going to be numpad 8, 2, 4, and 6, right? I'll just add them. Numpad 4. Numpad 2. Numpad 8. Watch, I'll get one of these screwed up and then I'll be looking like a fool. This is numpad 6. Okay. Now it makes me think, I wonder if there are a whole bunch of other alternate keyboards I'll have to add mappings to. Cool, so now I can use arrows on the numpad or not the numpad or WASD. I like it. Okay. That might be good enough for me to push it upstream now. Have you guys bang on it a little bit. You would use key code instead? Instead of code? Oh, 40. I see. But is that different on every keyboard? This is a good idea, I think. But let me look into this. I would want this key code to mean the same for everyone. So let me look this up. Phaser key code. They don't have any Phaser 3 docs. Can be found on GitHub. Yeah, but then I gotta find it. API documentation. I guess I'll bite the bullet and look for it. Oh, where was... Oh, no, it was on the top. Right. I had this problem last time. I kept searching around here, and it's really up here. It is Phaser input keyboard, I think. Keyboard. Key codes. Oh, I could do key codes A? Okay, let me see that. How do I access... It's not in the... I don't have access to Phaser, do I? I do. Input keyboard code key codes A. Aha. And is that what I get when I hit A? Yes. Okay. Cool. Then can I look at all of them? I can. That's better than looking at the string, isn't it? And then I suppose it's just up, or the arrow up. Okay. How do you check your points? You can't. I have to go through and add them up, and I'll probably only do that once I have storage, an object in the game that stores that. Sorry, Bixplace. You'll just have to look through my notes and count them up. That's what I would do. You probably have a lot. Let's just say how many points you have? A lot. Using string compare to look up which keys press seems like a waste of electrons. Yeah. We'll just compare the ints. So let me fix this. We'll still have this map because, hey, we can, right? So it's stage dot. Let's see if I get this right. We'll do it just for. Okay, actually, I can't just do it for one code. I gotta do it for all of them, right? What was it again? Key code. All right, and then if phaser is the stage, then it's input dot keyboard dot key codes dot a. Let me just try that one. This will break everything else, but I can at least try a. And what, I got an exception? Keyboard is undefined. Two scroll bars is kind of annoying. I guess it needs to go to the global phaser. That's my guess. Okay. Okay, that worked. Okay, so I can just replace all of these. Left. Oh, get rid of the quotes. Let's remove the quotes first. All right, and then this is according to the documentation, numpad 4. I really have to spell it F-O-U-R? Okay, fine. And then S is S and down. Is it all in caps, all of them? Yeah, so this was left. And then numpad 2. 2. W up. Numpad 8. D right. Numpad 6. Okay, WASD works. Arrows work. Numpad works. What happens if I turn the numlock on? That works too. All right. Cool. Let me push that online for you guys to test out. Sound good? Oh, I was logged out due to inactivity. That's true. I wasn't moving around. I tightened that up a bit so that people wouldn't just sit there. Okay, there I am. And I'm going to increase the version number of the front end. That's in package.json. Should we go up to a minor version because now the arrow keys work? I think so. I think arrow keys are a new feature. Okay. I don't know if you have to cancel the node to do npm run build. Probably don't. But I'm gonna do it anyway. I guess while that's going, I'll just work on the commit. Oh. I guess I never looked at that output. 130 is using phaser for the key input. No, okay, that's unrelated, but we'll let that slide. Oh, I can clean this up a bit more. So that is activities playing activity. I don't need these props anymore. This can go. These props aren't needed. Oh, I guess that means I need to abandon my build. And is it wise to control C during this? It just finished. Run it again. Yeah. Okay. So, front, what version am I on? 130? Actually, I'm not going to put that in the commit. I'm going to say move player input, let phaser handle player input, and add arrow keys. There we go. Okay, so while that is deploying, let me tag it and push it. All right, it's being deployed. Don't refresh yet. Okay, now we can refresh. There we go, refreshing. So now you don't have to, don't have to click anywhere. It just works. And the arrow keys work. Nice. And if I click on something here and type, it doesn't move me. Nice. And the last one was an input, right? Doesn't move me. Nice. Cool. So let's add some, I guess, input buttons next. Where do we want to put them? I kind of want it to show up on the default panel. So what's the default panel right now? Profile? What if we change the default panel to be, it'll grow into be like our character's status, and then we'll just include arrow keys there. Or should I put, I don't know, I'm undecided where to put arrow keys. I should probably arrange them in a grid like the arrow keys on the keyboard, right? And yeah. Is it just you or anyone else reorganize the code grouping by method instead of direction? Regrouping by method instead of direction. I don't know what that means. Hey there, man in Sweden. How's it going? All right. I guess, yeah, I'm adding a new panel, right? Does that mean I'm adding a new artwork for a panel button? It is Friday. I'm doing all right. I don't know what icon to make for character view or controls. I need to work on this. It's not supposed to look like the sunburst. It's supposed to look like a gear. I excuse me. I really don't know what artwork to put for the thing. So, but I need to pick something. How about if I just make it look like arrows for now, and we'll fix it later when it becomes something else. So for this, I want to run a sprite. Bidden. Let's pick any one of these. Male sounds good. Gonna do some Raimu art here. So first, save this as let's call it character. And oh yeah, I just I picked that's the default palette you get with A Sprite. Is it the old EGA palette? It doesn't look like the old EGA palette to me. It looks like just a random assortment of different hues. Yeah, I don't know. If you want art, I know several people much better than me who also stream on Twitch who do art. I am just going to wing it. I don't even know the shortcuts yet, really. What I want is to erase things. E. And I want to make... I thought there was a shortcut to make this bigger. I guess I gotta drag over that. Erase that guy. And pencil is what? B. Let's do mirroring here. And might as well mirror on both ends. I'm just gonna have just a simple arrows. Oops. Now, how come it didn't mirror it correctly down there? It's weird. All right, and let's fill it with gray, shall we? That's which tool? Bucket paint, G. All right. And then let's see if I can practice with some of these other tools. Stop pixel perfection. I mean, symmetry. And if I copy and paste that somewhere and flip it. Oops. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted. And not at all. I want to rotate it. There's a key to do rotation. I just don't know what it is. Oh well, that'll work. Oh, is that the anchor for rotation? And then I can rotate. Oh, here we go. Figured it out. Oh, undo. Just undoes too much, though. Where's the rotate again? Ah. There it is. Ugh, I can't get it back to where it was. Fine, we'll copy, paste again, and this time we'll rotate it the correct way. Move it over to here. It would be nice if I could get this to work with symmetry, but I don't think it does work. That's close enough. Copy, paste, move it over here and rotate it around. Okay, that didn't work, so let's do the other way to do it. That was 180 degrees. There we go. Flip it around. Thanks for the follow. Far too long. I'm just going to go with this for now. Let's save that, and then we'll export it. And it needs to go not in assets, but in public. Export it. And then before I forget, let me deploy that. That has to be deployed manually. Cheat and look at it, right? It's AWS S3 CP. So I can just deploy it directly from public here. Character to S3. The bucket where it goes, and yeah, I'll let it be cached. I just have to change to character like character -2 or something if I want to update it, or I just turn off caching if it's going to change a lot. Okay, so it's up there, and now let's add it. Panels. Playing activity has the panels in it. Here we go. So where to put it? Oh, Soprano's moving around. You move your character a lot, you lose the connection. Yeah, so there is a rate limit on messages. So I haven't tuned that yet. So I need to tune it so that normal play doesn't trigger it. And I also need to put in the front end a a corresponding limit so that you can't trigger it by accident. But it's there to prevent people from overwhelming the server with input changes. So depending, yeah. So your feedback's very valuable. I'm going to give you a point for that because I want to know how often that's happening. And the easiest way to know is when people tell me. If a lot of people tell me, I can back down I can relax that input message frequency rate limit, and then it'll happen less frequently. And I would want to get it to where it usually never happens. Maybe on rare occasions, if you get really excited and you start hitting the keys really fast. In fact, did I get disconnected there? It's kind of hard to tell. Actually, no, it is easy to tell, right? If I get reset to the beginning. See, I'm not causing it for myself, and I'm spamming the movement keys. Oh, there I got disconnected. So that's what happens. It's not supposed to flip back to that main screen either. That's another bug. Hey there, Kobayashi Maru. You like the input limit? Gives it an old school feel. Well, yeah, there's multiple input limits. There's the message limit, which causes you to get disconnected. And then there's just the overall limit to how fast you can move your character. And that is for gameplay, right? If you were to be able to move like extremely fast, then you could work around lots of different game mechanics that way. Oh, look, there's Rally Monkey chasing me around. Ah, get away from me, Rally Monkey. I did give you a point, good. Okay. Yeah, so where do I want to put it? I kind of want to put it all the way on the left, right? To be easy to find, so that would be... Yeah, so take one of these buttons, and it's actually for both admin and non-admin, so... It goes at... Yeah, right here. Ooh, funky indentation there. This is going to be character. The character panel. So that should have added it here. Oh, I'm not running in Node. Let me run it again. Does anyone know if while you're running Node on the on your app, can you run npm build in another window and have it not interfere with Node? I guess I could try it myself. So like, can I, while this shell is running Node, can I also run npm build? Or will it interfere? Will these two interfere with each other? That's what I'd like to know. Yeah, I fixed that, Clayman. I fixed that live. I did it live. So yeah, now you no longer have to click anywhere, and also, check this out, Clayman, you can use the arrow keys. Or the numpad. Wow! Alright. So what was I testing here? Oh, I need to refresh that, and I should have the new, there it is. They need to be a little bit bigger, don't they? People just have to know that so that doesn't go anywhere right now because the panel doesn't exist. Interesting, it wiped out the tab completely. Weird. All right, let's add the panel. You can't use numpad. Oh, and I also left. Did I leave in that console log? Oops. Yeah, I left in the console log. Actually, you could help me if there's a key that should work and doesn't. Let me know what the key code is for that key down. Since I happen to have left that in there by mistake. The numpad should work. So WASD, arrows, and the numpad arrows should work. Or the arrows don't work. So your arrows might have a different set of key codes other than left, down, up, and right. Oh, because you haven't refreshed yet. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I don't have auto refresh yet. Okay. Well, at least I should remove that console log, right? Oops. Don't mind all the console logs when you hit the keys for now. It'll be fixed in a jiffy here. Once I add this character panel. H comes before L, right? Character panel. Alright, so the character needs to be exported. And then let's pick what's a panel that's not too busy. Settings, I guess. Duplicate the settings panel, call it the character panel. Don't care for an admin, and the actually only props I need are the ones that the stage also needs. Which was start move, start move. Okay. You can't. Can you hold down two buttons in the UI simultaneously if you have multi-touch? Never thought about that. You're on a Surface Pro. Do you happen to know how to implement touch? I don't know, but I just look it up. It's probably just a different kind of event in the DOM. Sometimes it's the same as a mouse click, but sometimes, like I remember in Android, they distinguished a touch separately from a click because you can plug a USB mouse into some Android devices and you get an actual pointer with clicks that's different from touch events. I remember that. At least I think that's what it was. It'd be like a click. Yeah, but I think sometimes it can be separate. Raleigh Monkey, you're crowding me. It's funny to see how people don't want to crowd each other most of the time. You can say I haven't thought at all about what to do when nameplates obscure each other. I was thinking about that last night. One thing I might do is just not show the nameplate at all, unless you mouse over, and then if a mouse over could show you who it is. Unless I find out some other clever kind of overlap thing. All go to the same spot. Okay, we're all going to the same spot. Actually, if you go to the center, we'll keep player 84 company. There we go. We're all together now. Wait a minute. Someone smells. I'm gonna have to move off here. Ew. All right. And if you're wondering who Nui is one of the viewers who graciously is helping test by he or she automated the movement of the character just by simulating holding down keys. So that was very kind to help test there. Start move, stop move. Yeah, let's make a grid and we'll populate. I'll just keep it simple. I'll have it a 2-row, 3-column grid and populate 4 of them with these buttons, right? So we'll call this one movement grid or movement buttons. And then just button, right? On start move, and then I need to use the correct keys. It's key. Oh, actually, I can just make the map do this for me. A. And let me do the awesome key alt codes that Adam taught me. That's not the right one. I'll get it eventually. 2-7, there we go. just as a quick placeholder. So that's Alt 2 6, and then W and S. Alt 2 4 and Alt 2 5. Yay. And there's an on release for button, right? I don't know this. I need to look it up. MDN button on click. Put a ting on the person's name. Only the screen. Hold on, let me just see this. A tint on the person's name. Only on their screen, and always draws their name on top, so they can always read their own name. Okay. I can take that idea, and that was a long suggestion, so I'll give you an extra point. All right. Where is it showing up in the index? Okay, here it is. Click. Okay, let's look up something that a Stack Overflow page should hit, right? HTML button, push and press and release. That's a Unity thing. Maybe this one? On mouse down. And then I guess it's on mouse up. Okay. And what I learned yesterday is that JSX needs to be camel case, so it should be on mouse down. And then on mouse up, right? Stop move. DWS. Okay. And I need CSS for this. Okay, I could just write it from scratch. Character panel.css, and then this I should just import character panel CSS. That's okay. You're not drunk, you swear? I figured it out. Although now you're drunk, you're not drunk typing is sort of immortalized in my notes. You might have the new record on number of red squigglies. I hope you're okay with that. Let's see, movement buttons. Okay, let me see if I can do this. It will be a display grid. It will have grid template columns and rows to max content, repeat max content 2. 2 max content, right? And I want the same thing for columns. 3. And I need to actually I need to do more than this. I also have to mark which ones go where. Or have to have empty ones, so I guess the easiest would be to have classes? No, I don't know. I've reached the limit of my memory, so I'm gonna have to look it up. Yeah, I know Bix. I was trying to go along with the joke. Sorry if I didn't sound like I was. CSS grid. Yeah, CSS grid layout. There's probably an example for what I want in here somewhere. Ah, that's what I want. I still do the template, and I can have a gap if I want, but it's through grid column, grid row, so I need to give each one a class. We'll just give it movement button A, or left. D is right. W is up, down. And then the CSS has got to have grid row is gonna, it's counting from 1, right? So that's 2, grid column is 1, and then just duplicate this a few times. Okay, let's do the right button next. That's same row, but the 4th column, and then up will be first row, oh, this is 3 then. And then down is second row, second column, right? See if I got it right. And let's look. Failed to resolve character. Really? That might be a node problem. What if I just refresh it? Sometimes the add files and node doesn't pick it up. You say things which such a flat tone? Yeah, sorry about that. I gotta develop my comedic inflections to my voice. You might not be able to tell, but I haven't always been on camera or performing for people. I'm sort of an introvert, so. Oh, I actually think I might know what that is. There's a little quirk where you have to give it a path in front, right? Yeah, there we go. Oh, look at that. They don't do anything, but... Oh, because I didn't map the props. Yeah, I totally forgot to look at this stuff, so... this is key, right? And then dispatch actions, and then what did the stage middleware dispatch? Start, move. Actually, I just used the whole thing. And that's a colon instead of an arrow. And a comma. And I can get rid of these. There we go. Yay. Hold the button down. It works. Now let me give them a bit of space between them. So that would be grid gap 20 pixels. And if I wanted to be really sophisticated, I'd try to center these left, right? So how would I best do that? Have a third row and put the down button in that row, like this. And then let me push this down completely. So margin top full 2 centimeters, please. There we go. I like it. You guys like it? HJKL. Do you want me to put that in there? I can. I'm not using those keys for anything else. Why not, right? We'll give Nui a point for that. Because until I need those keys for something else, I might as well. Keybinds. Actually, you know what I could do is, the ultimate would be that you could rebind the keys to whatever you want. Idea. Allow players to make their own keybinds. Let me make this the default. I wonder if I should move log out here too. This is the default and they see that. I kind of want to move the log out button there. Or let's just have a copy of the log out button. So that button is in the settings, right? Log out. It's easy to make copies of buttons, so let me just do that. I'll put it in its own div. Actually, let me do the whole button bar thing. And just have the logout button be the only thing in it. And then add that here, and we're done. This has to be a React fragment. We want to do that. Logout start needs to be added to my props. And let's push it down a bit. Margin bottom, 2 centimeters. I like it. And let's make that the default button. Comma AOE. Squaz keywords. Yeah, I think for all of those, I'm just gonna let you map it to whatever you want. Didn't I have this set in playing activity like the default panel? Yes. So the default will be character. There we go. So let's push that out as a new version. Because why not? They're only numbers. 4. npm run build. I did tag the old one, right? Yeah, okay. Mr. Love Pickle, again, I'm gonna have them. If you have that, we'll have custom rebinds for that. Okay, added that graphic, added that panel. So we're gonna say added the character panel with alternate movement. Add character panel with alternative movement keys, movement buttons. Infinite number of possibilities. Yeah, exactly. That's why keybinds are my ultimate solution. Tag front 140. That is the version, right? Yep. And push tags. This should be done, and I can do wdeploy. I wonder how expensive it is for me to be uploading to S3. I don't remember, but every time it's about, what, 10 megabytes for the assets? And a little bit more for these. All right, so here we go. Refresh the main game, and then you should see this new panel here appear. You can do it too. So just refresh your client, and you should get this new panel with the convenient logout button, and the other panels should still work, hopefully. Yep, I saw people, when they refresh, they go back to the center because I don't actually, the character doesn't persist between logins. Every time you re-log in or you log out, your character gets destroyed. So when we create it, we just put it in the center by default. No one's moving. Is this a bad sign? Multiple keyboards, yeah. Oh, Rally Monkey's moving around. I'm going to take it that it's working for most people because I see people moving around. And I'm going to make sure I push that. I did, right? Yeah, okay. So moving on to the next step for today. Wow, look at all these notes. You guys are so awesome. I think I'm going to tackle these together. I'm going to change the way that the input component is modified internally in the back end, so that, yeah, to use the diff, because right now I think there are two competing changers of the input components. There's the movement system, and then there's the player input messages. And I think they're stepping on each other, and it's causing this problem. Should you have to lock in every time you refresh? Only if you didn't click the Remember Me button. So this Remember Me button, if you don't click that, then every time you refresh, you're going to have to enter your password again. You've been clicking that, though? I don't know why then. It should... I can't show you with this, but I'll show you with the test one. I don't want to leak my token, even though you can't use it. But anyway, if you had the Remember Me turned on, it should have stashed your login token here. You guys can see that, right? So along with your name or address, you can check in. So you hit F12 and you go into application, local storage. It should have stashed that there. If not, it might be that you have security settings in your browser to not allow storing that in local storage. That could be. Can't hide the cursor keys with the upper button. Cursor keys. Can't hide it? Oh, you mean if you don't want to show this panel at all? You have to pick some panel right now. Are you saying that if you click this again, it should just show no panel at all? I hadn't thought about that. Why? What would you want to show up here if not a panel? Like maybe just nothing at all, or some kind of logo, or what? I'll give SPJ a point once I understand what you can what would you expect if you hide the cursor keys? Check that the click movement has the same delay of movement. It feels faster. It shouldn't be any faster. I think if it feels faster, it's an illusion. I think it's just an illusion. I think it's just as fast. Because while you're holding down the button, it's actually not sending anything to the server. At least I don't think it is. I should check that though. Let me look at the network panel and refresh. And yeah, a little bit of my token shows up, but I'm not too worried about that. The token's only useful if you're logging in from my IP address, and I don't think anyone else will be. I suppose if one of my kids was home, they could use my login token, right? Yeah. Yeah, see how when I hold down, there's no player inputs? I only get sprite movements. So it shouldn't be any faster or slower. There's actually nothing going to the server. The server doesn't know if you're hitting a key or doing a button press. So yeah, just an illusion. But I did want to take that seriously and see if there was a bug. Okay. I will award SPJ a point because today is awarding points, even if I'm not sure what they mean. Because I can look back at this later and think, oh, I know what he meant. All right. So the back-end movement control. So actually, we can kind of see that in the journal. Let me share the journal. So a lot of changes happened to the input components. Right. How do I best show this? I guess I would filter by CTN to see it. No, I don't want to search in files. How do I cancel that? Cancel. I just want to find it here. So these lines that are highlighted are every time an input component changes. So sometimes they come in pretty close to each other. When move on goes to true, that's me hitting the, this is me pressing the A button. When move off turns, when move on turns to false, that's the game system reacting to that. And you see, when it turns the move on false, it also updates the cooldown. So the problem is these two can step on each other. If right when this one is being submitted, I press a different key, then what could happen is the key press could overwrite the cooldown, and the movement itself could overwrite the key press. So because the inputs are, I mean, the input changes are only changing one or two things at once. So this only changes move on and move. This one only changes move on and the cooldown. I think I'll change this modify component to be a diff, or maybe introduce a new command. That way I can keep it backwards compatible. I know what I'll do. I'll have modify component, but instead of a C, if there's a D, it'll be a difference. That's what I'll do. Actually, I need to use the restroom, so I will. When I come back, I'm going to do that. I'm going to introduce a different kind of modify component where instead of the entire component here, it'll just be a diff. So I'll be right back. I am back. No point for SPJ? I'll keep your point since you're gracious enough to say you don't need the point. You get to keep it. All right, so I'm shifting from front-end work to back-end work. And the back-end work is all using the test-driven development stuff, so we're going to go make a test first. Thanks, Bix. Bix Blaze. Components test, we'll modify that first. Right. I don't know if I need to do it at this level, actually. Because a modify is really a get followed by a set, right? Because either way, the executor is going to do it. Yeah, so this remains unchanged. It's the executor that changes. The executor's tests are really long. Okay, here we go. So let's call the old one modify component overwrite. And then the new one will be modify component delta. Or how about replace? You have a comment about the keys to use Apple's wired desktop keyboard and it doesn't move the character? Ah, so it might be different key code. Maybe you can try to, if you can try to figure out, or someone knows how to find out the key codes that you get when you do the numpad cursor keys. So what I have right now was what? Numpad 4, 2, 8, and 6. So are the numbers different for the arrows for you, or is it that it's not the numpad? It's not called numpad, maybe. Hmm. Yeah, if you know what if you're savvy enough to in the console for the browser to figure out what the key code you get back is, I guess I would have to put the console log back in there, wouldn't I? I know what I'll do. When I do the key binds, so also use the code for this to allow users to determine what phaser key code values they're getting for certain keys. So I could do, if I had this in there, is I could say, oh, go to the key binds and try to key bind something and tell me what the code you get is, and then I could look it up. Hey there, David. How are you doing? So I think SPJ for now I'll keep that in here. And we'll revisit it when I have the keybinds, and then I'll just say, hey, could you remember that issue back here? Could you go to the keybinds and tell me what key code you get for your wired desktop keyboard? And you have a Apple wired desktop keyboard with numpad? That's pretty cool, because I thought most Apple products don't have a numpad on them. You have zero motivation to learn anything. What if I help motivate you to learn something? Wow, we have a lot of people logged in right now. How many does the admin console say? My goodness, I think this is the most users who've been logged into my game ever. This is 11? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 people logged in right now. You came here to learn. Great. I'll try to teach you something. Although it's not as esoteric today. It's more direct. We can see what's going on. I added these buttons today, and also I improved the input system by using Phaser's input system. So now you can use the arrow keys, you can use WASD, and you can use the numpad keys, or you can use the buttons in the panel here to move your character around. So I don't know if there's not that much learning there unless you wanted to see how it's done in Phaser, which is basically they have a input keyboard on function you can call to register a callback for key down and key up, and then we learned today that the key code is the best because they are simply numbers, and then you can use these constants which are named, so it's easy to you don't have to memorize or put in magic numbers. You can actually give them names, but then when it's run in JavaScript interpreter, they're really numbers. So that's all I've been able to teach today so far. You're going to continue your Twitch avatar Arkanoid Basher. Nice. And how are you doing, Mr. Balrog? Folks, we need to do the Mr. Balrog dance. One of these days I'll look up the Inception clip so I can play the audio along with that. See, my goal is to just make Mr. Balrog laugh, and I have succeeded in my goal. You can teach basics, understand int, strings, loops, functions, simple things. You can read syntax and write an app by reading an example. Cool. That's about it. Well, this app is not that complicated, right? We're creating a whole bunch of functions and giving them to Phaser. So these are functions that we call Phaser when you initialize, call Phaser when you want to do the preload step, And when you create the area on the screen, call this function, and then we say we take all those functions and package them up and give them to Phaser when we create the game. So a lot of this is just using Phaser's API, but there's a little bit of JavaScript stuff in here, like new is a calling a the class style JavaScript stuff constructor. I'm trying to avoid classes in JavaScript because I get confused by this thing. So all the stuff I add myself are all functions, and that's why I'm also using React hooks where I can. I don't know where I was going with that, other than that hopefully you should understand what I'm doing here, setting up the what I'm calling the stage area for drawing sprites. And then adding sprites is really easy. You call scene add sprite, and you just tell it where on the screen to put it, and you have to tell it a texture, and if there's a sub texture, where that is. And you have two of them if you're using a texture atlas, like I do down here. Scene load multi-atlas loads a texture atlas. And what is a texture atlas? It's basically a big texture that has sub textures in it. So the RhinoArt 2 ping is the texture atlas right now, and it's got all these sub textures in it, and I use Texture Packer to make this. I'm probably just going to make my own tool, and so I don't have to pay for Texture Packer. I had to made this with the free trial. And basically you're telling Phaser, load this as an atlas, and then when you would draw the hero, that's this subset of the image. And it happens to be given a name in this file. Hero. Here. So it's telling Phaser to this part of the image at 1 pixel across and 34 pixels down, 16 by 16. That's how much of this texture atlas that contains the hero. And then from that point on, you can use hero.ping as long as you reference the atlas, and it'll associate those pixels with that sprite, and then wherever you choose to put the sprite, X and Y, it draws it. Pretty cool. Takes a function and expects the return object by the same name. Yeah, so it's a simulation of object-oriented programming stuff. Yeah, exactly. All right, so back in C++ land here, I'm adding a test to describe a new feature in the back end. So this feature is that if a component needs to be changed, but only part of the component, I want to be able to just change part of it, but not overwrite the remainder of it. So this is what this is doing. So this is creating a component. I think for this test to be expressive, I should have two things in it. So we'll have bar and baz, and I'll have different things in it. I tend to use the numbers 85, 42, and 16. 85 because of 85 Filter, who's one of my viewers. 42 because that's the answer to the question, the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything, as everyone should know. And I don't know why I picked 16, but I don't know. Anyway, this test will say if an ECS action is requested to modify component type foo, entity, and then here I'm going to change the C to a D, D for delta, and if we're just changing bar to 85, what I expect the store to have in it is that same entity. I don't know why I have a 1 there. That should just be entity. Hold on. Yes, that's by entity ID, right? I don't know why I had a 1. That was a bug. That should have been a 1. Not a... I mean, that should have been an entity, not a 1. It probably was 1 just by coincidence. Anyway, this should only change the bar and not the baz field. That's what we're testing. Okay, so I'm going to build that test. It's a test-driven development. I describe what I want to happen in the new feature before I write the new feature. So what you expect to happen when you try it is it should fail. It should basically not change the object at all because the D doesn't make sense. Either that or it might have been coded so where it just takes whatever C is, so if there is none, it'll be null. So what I would expect maybe to happen is it'll be entity null. or entity invalid object or something. Let's see what happens. So I use this test explorer UI, which adds some convenience buttons so that I can just hit run, then I can hit show log. So yeah, we can see that it replaced the component with nothing. Probably because it blindly looked for C instead of D. And since there was no C, it got null and it just stored that in the entity's component. So it's failing like we expect. Now we go and modify the code to make the test pass, and then that's how we implement new features. Yay! Right, so I think what we should do is pull out the field. Actually, no. There's another thing I can do. I can say, does it have a key? Has. If it has a C, then we'll do this. Else, if the action has a D, then we do something else. And let's do a delta. A delta would be we grab the component, so auto component equals, and then components get. You wrote an app? You want to send it to me? What would I do with it? What does the app do? Do you want us to look at the app? I might not have time on stream to do it, but I do have a Discord. If you'd like to share code or you have any questions about code, feel free to use that. I don't do 100% code coverage, Mr. Balrog. The reason is that 100% of anything is almost impossible to achieve. So there's a trade-off between how much time you want to spend and how much benefit you get out of it, right? Or did I say that right? The 80-20 rule, so to speak. You can get 80% of code coverage pretty easily. The last 20% is hard. Yeah. So I just aim to get, my rough aim is 80%. If I did the metrics, I probably am not reaching it. It's probably more like 60 something. And then I would just add a few more tests to get it to 80 and I'd probably stop. So get entity component of type entity. So that gets us the component. I should probably check to make sure the component exists, because if it doesn't, we'll get back an invalid JSON, won't we? I'm not too concerned about that happening. Although, what if a modify erases a destroy entity? Actually, let's make that another test. I'll leave this code in here, and then I'll make another test to fix this later. So this is just blindly get it, and then change. It's got to merge it with what's in the action. So what we'll do is we'll loop through all the keys of the delta. So for const auto delta entry in action D dot keys, get keys. Actually, I'm going to be referencing that more than once, so I might as well just grab it here. Const auto delta equals that, and then this becomes delta get keys. You have a weird and properly not question related to what you do. Probably not related. Okay, well, that is Monka S, but go ahead. Please keep it clean and somewhat relevant if you can. Oh, it's just Apache. Oh, that's fine. You can ask an Apache question. If I can't answer it, you could try my Discord. I linked it just now, but let me link it again. If I can't answer it, and if no one can answer it on stream, you could try asking there. Helicopter. Helicopter. No, not the Apache helicopter. I'm guessing it's Apache the web server. I know a little bit about Apache. I'm sure someone in my chat probably knows more than I do. Alright, so, yeah, ask away. Let's see if I can answer it. If it's about Apache helicopters, yeah, I might not be able to help you with that. Okay, we're going to end up setting it when we're done, right? So let me move that back out. And we're going to just set the component when we're done, right? For some super bizarre reason, you have a basic path with a basic index website and the Etsy host setup, and nothing really changed other than that. You get a forbidden error. Forbidden. It's interesting. Could it be that something in the configuration file is Like the default, they might have some security setting as a default where if the IP address, no, I don't know. I'm thinking some default security option might be trying to protect the server, and it's just too strict right now. And you have to loosen it up, but I'm not sure which one it would be. Yeah, like what Clayman's saying, blocking external access. So if it thinks that the access is coming in externally, it might be, oh, well, by default, we don't let that happen. Yeah, weird, really weird. So what you could do if you can't figure it out, either my Discord or there, a couple other coder Twitch streamers you could try who probably also have Discords. Try buttoning up the config file and posting it along with like a description of what the error is, and I bet you'll find someone who has an idea what to check. Okay, delta entry. I think what I just want to do is say for every entry, we'll modify the component. Delta entry to be equal to delta entry. I think that'll do it. Hey there, Funcshi. You haven't tried using sudo? I think a Clayman that was that a joke, Clayman? Because that's part of programmer humor, right? Have you tried turning it on and off again? Off and on again. Yeah, that's weird. Hmm. Wait a minute, it's clearing everything you've done? Could that be a hint? As in maybe what you're doing is not being persisted correctly? Yeah, that I figured, Clayman. That's extra credit, right? If you can be both a legitimate question and make it a joke at the same time, that's like extra nerd cred right there. Yeah, I don't know. Cool, it works. And I didn't break that old test, right? Okay. I haven't run this all day, so let me do it. I'll run all my tests. Then I'll check this in as its own commit. So it's somewhat complete. So it's enhancing the modify component action of the ECS to support deltas, right? Add support for delta changes to components. Alrighty. Yeah, it's true. What Man in Sweden is saying. The trick would be to find out why the server doesn't think the client should have access, right? My first guess is it's something in the configuration that's meant to protect the server, and the default settings can be kind of strict because in the past a lot of security problems have been caused by just people not changing defaults in Apache and other things. So I would expect one thing the Apache team, a smart thing for them to do would be to just ratchet up the default security on everything to force website administrators to go in there and customize. And if they don't, just things don't work. With the appropriate error code of, hey, we don't want you to get the access to that resource because we're conservative, right? That's my guess. I have a feeling that I overstated that. Anyway, I have a delta, so let me apply that to the two places that we use it, and I can just search for it, right? Modify component. Right, so here, let's see if I have tests for it first. Okay, yeah, exactly. The movement system, let's expect now it does a delta, and it should not change the movement key or the on, right? Actually, what does this one do? It turns on movement. So really, all it should do is move on and cool down. Those are the only two things it should touch. I'm just thinking, how would this race another movement? It might turn off a movement you just did. If I want to be super elaborate, I could say only turn move off to false if the key didn't change. Hmm. Actually, if you do a movement key and then you quickly change your mind and do a different movement key, it'll work because the last key press will still stay in there, and you'll just in the next tick you'll just move in that direction instead. So it should still work, right? Yeah, because you didn't do move off, it'll still be on. Yeah, okay, so it should work. And then we do want to overwrite the entire position, and I might as well change this one, right? Make that a delta. Moved is just true. Don't change the tag. Actually, why don't I just change them all to deltas? Probably, yeah, I don't, this is more efficient. It's more efficient if we're overwriting the entire component. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. This one's only writing part of it. Okay, so that's changed. This one should be a delta as well, to say that that they're no longer been moved. This is what, the rendering system? Yeah. Okay. Which one is this testing? Player input. Okay, so we should change this to a delta. The only thing that should change is move and move on. Not the cooldown and not the move off. Right, okay. And then, which one is this? Stop moving. So stop moving should only change move off. And which one is this test? Okay, those we keep. We keep what we kill. Slide in there a totally inappropriate movie reference. Because that's how my brain works sometimes. Okay, so this will break a bunch of tests in which components? The components and the coordinator. So I can actually go to these and just run the test, see that it fails, and go change the code, right? So this is the movement system. Movement system. Okay, rather than looking at what difference between actual and expected, I'm just going to go through and change what I think should be changed. So actually, that's not a good idea. I might change things I'm not testing, and then that would prompt me to want to make more tests. So let's look at this very carefully. Right, so this one is modifying the input system. That's the first one that is added. And this is, which test is this again? This is moving when we're told it to start moving to the right. So this. So if I change this to what it should be, the test expects on line 425 move on and cool down. Like that. All right. Okay, now first one's correct. Second one looks correct as well. Third one is incorrect. That's the tile clearing the movement. Okay, I know which that one. I know which one that is. That's this bottom one. So instead of a C, it's a D. And we just want, yeah. So instead of doing that, we just do JSON object moved true. And we don't need to do that, and this can become a const. So if the tile, if there is a tile for this, the end, if the character has a tile, then mark that the tile's been moved. Yeah. All right. Just talking to myself to make sure I am doing the right thing. Okay. All right. Quickly run all the tests and just pick one that's failing. Rendering system. Moving a sprite. Again, it's modifying the tile. Right, so that is the rendering system. So go to the rendering system, and where it moves the tile is where here. So that becomes a D. Okay, it's the same thing. JSON object where we say mood is false. And then tile can become a const again. And then build and test. Cool. All right, now those all pass. The coordinator ECS tests might fail. Yeah, 2 of them. Right. This is a player input starting and stopping moving, and it expects a delta. And where that's done is in the messaging system, I think, right now. I should maybe refactor this, right? Right, so player input. Here it is. So we're just overwriting the input component. So instead of doing that, let's make a delta. So auto delta in is JSON object empty, and then this becomes a delta in, and then D is delta in. There we go. Easy peasy. And then the test after it, right? Stop movement. How is that failing? How is it different? Oh, it's a C instead of a D. Wait a minute. It's a D. How is it failing? Did I not run it? I did run it. Oh, this is wrong. The test is wrong. Sometimes the code finds bugs in the test and rather than the other way around. It's one of those cases. Okay, let's run. Oh, there's this display bug again. Look at that. Scroll bar bug. Okay. Let me go ahead and assume that that's good enough. It's funny because when I alt tab, I see Nui still moving around. Let's see if anyone created any new accounts in the last couple hours. Oh, look, we have 2 new players. Actually, someone changed their name. Player 50 changed their name to Man in Sweden. Okay. Unmask. And then, so the unmasking doesn't actually work. Actually, maybe that's what I'll do next in my plan. I really should fix that. Let me add that here. Fix player mask unmask not being applied to tiles. So I'll do that in a minute. Yeah, so for now you'll have to refresh to see your name pop change from player 50 to your actual name. And then who was the other one? Is that N01? That's fine. A little esoteric. But who am I to judge? Number 1. You are now unmasked. All right. What happened to descriptive variable naming? Descriptive, oh, this is somewhat compressed on purpose because, here, I'll show you. I am already anticipating having to compress this even more. Okay, I closed it. I'll have to open it again. The data that flows through the server is quite a lot when people move around in the game, and there's quite a few of these, okay, not when I'm not moving. There's quite a lot of these ECS component commands to modify components, and so I wanted to really crunch down the size of the commands to get a jump on performance. If I used full names here, there'd just be a lot of redundant, like instead of C, it would be component. It would be component on every line instead of a C. So it's just a little bit of optimization, maybe premature, but there's just a ton of these commands in the real game, and I was just getting worried about it consuming too much space and time to parse, really. So it's sort of, I'm bending my rule a bit by using shorthand specifically for the ECS commands. If that leads to a horrible bug, then I'll reverse that rule and use more descriptive names, I think. And it's really just a middle step because if I really need this to be performant, I wouldn't use a JSON object at all. I would use something like a protocol buffer. Yeah, I wish I could answer the question of how much did that boost it. I can only guess right now, and it probably is not that significant. I probably didn't need to do that. That's true. That's actually a good idea. I like that idea. So, like the magic number idea. So instead of using that hard-coded string, I would say something like modify component key change its component type. Because the compiler, I would just make that map to CT, right? It's CT, which stands for component type, and then I can just have that be a constant that maps to the string CT. The trick would be to do it in one place. If I had a common header for it, that would be nice. Yeah, let's do that. This shouldn't take too long, and we can thank Congo for the suggestion. All right. So this should help alleviate any pain caused by me using obscure shorthand. I just need to pick the right header for this. Let's just make a new one at the top level. Okay. So at this level, I'll make a header called what? Key names? Yeah, key names. And let me pull in some of this kind of thing so I don't have to find the copyright symbol again. Pragma once is the new way to do header guards, and this is key names. And before I forget, let's do a few things. It's 2019 now, and I need to add this to my build system. I don't really need to add headers to the build system, but I like doing it anyway. And where does it go in the list? After J. So right here. Okay. This module declares various constants for various descriptive declares descriptive names for various constant keys used throughout the server. Oh, thank you, Congo. You know what I was thinking about doing is going back through my videos to get this retroactively, but going forward, showing what my game looks like at the end of each week. And then at the end of, like, I don't know, 3 months or 6 months or something, have a video posted on YouTube showing, hey, here's a recap of the progress made each week, so that if people aren't always watching my stream, they could at least, you know, every few months or so, they see a new video saying, oh, here's how the game is coming along. And I guess it would be really short videos for now, because this doesn't take too long to show. I would say, hey, look, you can move around in the darkness before there is a world. And then that would be it for this week, right? And then next week, maybe it would be, oh, look, now you can change your avatar, and maybe you can move around, like you're not bounded to this rectangle, but maybe you can move around in a small little zone or something. I don't know, and compile that at the end of 3 or 4 months. The question is, would I do one per week or one per day, or maybe do both? Maybe the one per day one would just be still captures, and then there'd be like a time lapse. Yeah, so yeah, I want to do that. That'll help keep me motivated, and then people who don't have the time or don't want to watch my stream all the time, they could at least see, like, at a glance how it's going. Let's put this in the namespace, because it's just a good thing to do. And we'll just start declaring them. So can I use const expert? I don't think I can. I want to have these be C++ strings. So it's just going to be const and then what I had here. CT. And then I need to modify all CTs to be that now. Let's see if I can do it somewhat intelligently here. Yeah, so that'll work. And then I just put that here. Boom. All right, who's next? T? Find T. And then we're going to call that modify component. Okay, no, this is used in multiple places, not just modify component, right? Right, this is actually for the type of ECS message, so ECS, this is feedback key. Action type. right? Yeah, and I was thinking about making this an array too. Like, you might have more than one action, so it is an action. Let me make sure that I'm only using it in ECS. Okay, that is an action, yeah. Actions, actions. If it's only used for actions, I'm good. These should all be the same, right? Okay, no, that's where it's different. I can fix these up later. Give me some of those. Most of them are the type of the feedback, right? So these, yeah, again, I used two different keys. All right. So we're good for now. I just have to fix these up. Okay, we'll make that a name. And then now what I'll do is I'll search for that and I'll fix up all the ones I want to fix up. Yeah, okay. The other thing I should do is include the header here. I expected that to fix... Oh, because it's in an anonymous namespace. Can I cheat and just put it in the global namespace? Because otherwise it's going to get really long. It'll be like that. I mean, you could do it either way, but what fits my style best? Let's keep it like that. I'd rather do it that way. Yeah, I'm gonna end up modifying all these, aren't I? That's okay. No biggie. Oops. The Little Vikings. Oh, yeah. I understand. Well, you'll be able to keep that avatar, I guess. I don't know how long I'll keep it in the game, but... I'm already starting to regret not doing this in the search replace. Actually, I shouldn't need to do it here. Yeah, this I shouldn't need. Hold on. Yeah, I shouldn't need to do that. I'm just missing the header here. This just needs to include the header. And again here. Test, though, both need the header and need the namespace, I think. Or are they already in the namespace? No, they're not. Yeah, okay. Oops. Sometimes I wish I was more adept at multi-clipboard. Sometimes you want to have two things in your clipboard. And there are tools out there that let you do that. But I'm not adept at using them. Okay, let's get that back in the clipboard. There we go. Hitting them all, one at a time. Like a fool, I didn't do this in the search replace. I'll do better next time. I promise. Alright, one more batch to go. Key names. Yeah, man in Sweden, I'm sorry, but right now I didn't do anything for mobile support, so I thought about it where I could use media queries, and so if your phone, this is the phone view, right? You probably won't see, you might not even see the whole stage. I was thinking for I could put in a media query that if the screen size gets very small, instead of having the UI panels out here, it could be, I'd have to do something like you'd have to tap maybe you have to tap in the upper or lower parts of the screen, but it would have some kind of overlay on top to access the panels. And another problem is that the Opera browser has problems with my game because I didn't think people still used it. Yeah, so my apologies. It's not really inclusive of mobile or Opera right now. That's on the list of things to address, though. Although I'm not too sure how well I'll be able to do it at first. I might need some help with that. As in, I might need more. I might need to study more and look at what other people have done to get some ideas. Opera. Apparently, some people in this stream who've been trying to play my game use Opera, because, yeah. I want to be inclusive, though, so I should at least look into it. Maybe it's something simple like a, what do they call it? I can't remember the name, but you import a JavaScript library and it takes the place of missing browser functionality. There's a name for that. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. All right, so let me go through that specific one because we're going to have a second one called modify component. Let's put key. Actually, hold on. Before I do, yeah, let's put key in front of everything instead of in the middle. So it'll be key that. Oops, that's the wrong box to put it in. This is the box. And then modify this and put key in front there. I love this replace all. And then I haven't used the other one yet, so we're fine with that. Regular expression, I had that on by accident, but good thing I didn't have any special regular expression variable or symbols in there. Key, modify component, component type. No, that was this one. So this is what type? Actually, I don't know what that is. But I'll figure it out when I get to it. I use that T inside of one of these other things. Components. Oh, it's component. It's just component type, but not part of a modifier. So it's just key component type. So in the context of just generically a component type. Yeah, I'm actually glad that I'm doing this because these names make a lot more sense than the letters I used because that's confusing. It's C is there but not here. Probably would have bitten me later. So I'm going to use that in some of the places that I use that. Let's just find them all. Right, here is one place where it goes. And then there, and there. Destroy entity. Okay, here. I should only see action types. So far, so good. Then keep going here. And then this is missing something. Is that because it's inside of the anonymous namespace? I think it is. So this needs to have the Realm server in front. Oh, and this is wrong. Oh no, that's action. That is correct. Okay. Okay. All of these change. I hope I'm not missing any. Let's run the unit test to make sure that I didn't break anything. Okay, I already have something that broke. Something is ambiguous. Key component type undeclared in executor. 978. Oh, actually it's running out. Oh, all of these. Yeah, everything needs the namespace in front. I could do a using, but I really don't like collapsing namespaces. I'd rather have the long names. Oh, the one little Viking with ADHD, that's a scripted Viking that Nui has running around for testing. Okay, that built, right? All right, cool. Cool. Run the tests. And then, hoping that succeeds, let's look for more of these keywords. So that's one. We'll replace that with key ECS feedback. Actually, I might be able to reuse in other places, right? No, let's keep it specific to create entity. So feedback action, create entity components. And I'm putting it in the wrong box again, aren't I? There we go. So test pass, right? Right, okay. So go ahead and do the replacement. It's not finding it. Oops. Because that should be a CS. And then I'll need to have the namespace in front of a bunch of them. But actually, first things first, that should go in key names. Whoa. Keyboard slip. CS. Let me keep these sorted. There we go. All right, let's search for that. Long name. Long name's better than magic name though. All right, and then there's one C. That was component. Actually, there's probably more than one C. I think about it. Let's keep it generic though. All right, so we'll call it key. Hold on. Let's just call it key ECS component. Let me add the key first. Let's rename this one too to key ECS component. And while I'm at it, I'll do this one too. Put ECS in front. Component type, action type, create entity components, and then that specific key for that one. All right, and then now we're adding a new one, right? So that's component. Actually, just modify that one. That's C. And let me hack that one for a second so that I don't replace it with itself. Replace that with that. Let's just YOLO. Oh, I hacked the wrong one. Okay. Now I go through all of these that need the scoping. These do not. These do. Hey there, Steampunk Devil. How are you doing? I'm just doing a little bit of code cleanup right now. But we have alternate ways to move around in the game now, and the focus issues with the movement keys are resolved, and you can also use the keypad and the arrow keys. And what else did I fix? That's basically it. I wanted to clean that up today, and I was working on fixing some backend glitches with the movement system, and that led me to cleaning up these key names so they weren't magic numbers, so to speak, and giving them names. That's what I'm in the middle of doing right now. Not too bad, yeah. I'm okay. So yeah, we're making it a little bit more pleasant to read, hopefully. I mean, the names are kind of long, but they're at least descriptive. And now I didn't have to sacrifice the compression that I get when at runtime they are using really small names, which is, how come it didn't like that? It's using small names so that I can in the compiled server program we can still have the short names, but when we're reading the code we can use longer names. All right, it was down to here, right? Putting the namespace scope in front of all of them. Ooh, I didn't want to do that to URI. There's something I can do for that. I can just revert, I can reset the URI stuff. Get status, right? Get reset hard. Or no, yeah, that'll do it, right? Can't do hard reset with paths. Correct. Okay, there. Fixed. Get checkout dot would have done the same thing, yeah. You're right. But you get a point for that. Because you are correct, sir, or ma'am. I'm assuming sir because it's Mr. Love Pickle. Hey there, Isley. How's it going? Alright, what are the keys? Okay, this one stands out. That should be entity, right? So let's search for this. Yeah, it's always entity. So let's do it. Let's go to keys and make entity. E. Actually, let's do, it's okay. Oops. Just do the search replace, right? With this. Actually, if most of them are in the tests, no, they're like split 50-50. Okay, let's just do it. It's just this one gets... Oh, well, hold on. It didn't hit this one, though. Oh, that's interesting. I must have typed a sequence that took that out of the search replace. It's actually what I wanted. Okay. So let's search for that and fix it up here. All good, all good. That is good too. Yeah, all these contexts where it's not their anonymous functions and stuff like that, they need to have to know to go to that namespace. And I really don't want to collapse namespaces. I'd rather do the namespace prefix on all of them than collapse namespaces. These are in the namespace already. These should be. No, they're not. It's again, that's static. It's in the anonymous namespace. These are all tests, so they need to be modified. This looks like it might be one of the last ones. I think the only other one is delta. And maybe cooldown. Sorry for the somewhat droll content right now. Sort of mindless. Okay, enjoy your movie. Okay, D for Delta, I guess, is next. Okay, let's selectively turn these off. Don't have the goofy... Oh, yeah. Goofy indeed. Actually, most of these have the namespace in front, so let me be proactive about it. And I will remove the namespace. I mean, I'll add the namespace in here. So this is a component delta. But I'll put the namespace in front this time. And then replace all. And then I'll just go back and remove some of them. And add it to the key names. And thanks for the follow, West Burp. West Burp. Nice name. Huh. So the code actually... Oh. Only the executor and messaging used it, and they're all done from anonymous functions, so they're all in that namespace. So good thing I did that in the search replace, huh? Now, did I miss anything? Are all of our names now... Are all of our keys named? I think so, but I'm not sure. Let's search for the other keys. Let's look for this and then scan through. Okay, there's things like cooldown. I think cooldown deserves a name, so I'm gonna do that. Yeah, so let's give that a name, and looks like most of the places I use it... Oh no, these ones are in the namespace. Yeah, let's just put the namespace in there. This will be key, ECS, input component, cooldown. Replace them all. And then let's pick that name up and put it in the key names. Yeah, well, it's for efficiency at runtime, but we're giving them real names in the code now. Okay. And I need to go then fix up. Some of these don't need the namespace name in front. These all do. Really long names, though. Okay, this one doesn't need the namespace name in front. That one does. Okay, they all do. Doesn't T versus ECS key make any difference? Alright, we're looking at the key names, right? T was used in two different contexts. One was when we're just referencing the type of a component. The other one was a type of action to apply to the ECS components. So two different contexts for T. And does it make any difference? It's mostly that the context is identified, that it is a key in the ECS system, and and this is what it's adding: component type instead of T. This is making it hopefully more readable. The idea is I have key ECS in front because I might have keys for other data structures later. I guess at that point I could just put key ECS in front. I kind of want to leave it though. Actually, you know what? The C stands for component, right? So what if I remove ECS from key ECS? So I'll turn off whole word and then change it to just key. Except for feedback. So how do I do that? Regular expression, and then how do you do a negative forward assertion like that? I can't remember. Let me look it up. Negative forward assertion regex. I want to look ahead. Oh, I almost got it. So not feedback. Parse error. Okay, didn't like that. Why not? Do I need the Q in front? Okay, really, what is it called? Negative look ahead. It didn't like that though. So it's in whatever regex language this uses, it didn't like that. So what do I want to do? VS Code? Aha. Wait a minute. Really? You have to double it up? Okay. Okay. Well, hold on. It flashed the right answer, but then it said parse error. Yeah, that's what I might move to next, but I was hoping for a quick answer. Oh, they need the dot in there? Why does it still say parse error? It's a JavaScript, huh? Not VS Code. Wait a minute. So then why doesn't it? Why is this not just not work? It works until I hit enter. Let me just not hit enter. uh, it won't let me hit enter. Okay, I'll give up and I'll do the regex 101. Here's the text. Don't want it to change the feedback ones. And then I want to do JavaScript. Says it should work. Is it with these flags? Is that what's causing it? I mean, it's still a valid expression. Why does it not think that that's valid? Parse error. You can enable search use PRC2 to enable some extra. Oh, really? Oh, like look ahead. Yeah, please do. Thank you, settings. Oh, there we go. So you had to enable it. Okay, we all learned something today, hopefully. I had to enable... where would we find that? I don't even see it now. It's in here somewhere. It's buried in here somewhere. PCR or something? Or regex? I don't even know where it is. PCRE2. How do I know what setting that is? Use PCRE true. How come I didn't see that here? Is it setting it for the project only? Let's set it for everything. I want that always on. What is this? Yeah, I turned that off because it screwed with me once. Search.use PCRE2. True. There we go. I want that always on, and it probably put it into a local setting, didn't it? So I'll probably find it here. Yeah. It probably added it at the bottom. Yeah, I don't need that. I want it on always. Thank you very much. All right. Now that we have that, I just want to change it to that, right? I guess that's what I want. Yeah. There we go. Done. Hey, there's some guy on the web. I'm doing great. How are you doing? I haven't spammed it in a while, but I now do have my game online, and I'm building things up in the game. The game doesn't consist of much yet, but you can register an account and you can move around either with these buttons, or with WASD, or the arrow keys. And everyone looks the same right now, and I'm mostly just working out some of the first bugs I ran into. And soon I'm going to add more to the game, but I'm just happy enough to get to this point. You just finished updating to Windows 10? Congratulations! What were you on before? If it was Windows 8, then that's a big upgrade. If it was Windows 7, then my condolences. Mrs. Raimu really hates Windows 10 and liked Windows 7 and is very unhappy that her work made her migrate to Windows 10. So my condolences. If you had the same experience. Yeah, if it was Vista, then welcome to the 21st century, I guess. Want to get into cross-platform graphics, but the Libby one didn't support Windows 7. Really? That's unfortunate. So Windows 7's already retired then? Huh. Alright. That's weird. Did I just jump or what there? I didn't see what happened there. Anyway. Okay, we have nice looking keys now, right? And I can search for this one more time to see that. We're not replacing. P, let's do P. One more. P is player ID. Always, right? I'm gonna keep MSG around. Yeah, P, we're gonna do P. All right, so P is gonna be player. Player. replace P with player. No regular expression this time. And don't replace that instance of it. And let's put realm server in front. And go. And now I'm going to look for all of them, and the ones that don't need the realm server in front I'll get rid of. These all do. The split settings. I'm not sure what the split settings are. Only works on Windows 10, so they're trying to force obsolete all previous versions of Windows now. I guess I'm not surprised. Oh yeah, you know what's still using Windows XP? Probably a lot of unmanned kiosks still use really old versions of Windows, right? Isn't that a thing, like a meme on Reddit? Finding kiosks that blue screen and then reveal what version of Windows they're running? 2020. That's what? Windows 7 expiration? That's coming up, right? Less than a year. Okay, this doesn't need the namespace in front. There's one. These also do not. It does not there. Or there. Or here. Or here, right? Yeah. The tests all do. Okay. Hopefully I didn't break anything. I think I'm done naming things for a while. I got like an hour left. Let's run all the tests, and then I was going to do something next, right? Oh, fix the mask. Yeah, so I wanted to fix that one. I'll demonstrate that one in a second. Actually, I can demonstrate that one easily if someone's created an account recently and is still logged in. Yes, so player 90 is no longer logged in, but if they were, okay, actually that ghost I can also fix. They would have shown up as, and they would have stayed player 90 even after I do this, which is to unmask them. Actually, I could demonstrate that by masking my own character and then reloading. So I'll do that. That's what I'll do. Yeah, I think everyone who uses Linux, well, every gamer who also uses Linux wishes Linux got more game app support. Yeah. Better, perhaps, in certain ways. I think Linux is a lot better for running servers, definitely. A lot more responsive. A lot less crud. Yeah, that's true. Even Microsoft is pushing that, right? Running stuff on Linux. There are certain things that Linux is poorer at than Windows, though. I think, isn't it generally accepted by most people that Linux consistency of the user interface is not as good? I don't know. I don't want to get into a flame war. But for a long time, that was the thing most people in the Linux community accepted, was that they didn't yet have a nice, consistent user experience. That you had to know the console for some things. They added user interfaces for everything since, but it's sort of, the space is pretty fragmented, right? Okay, all my tests, I did run them just now, right? Yeah, let me check in the name change stuff. That's essentially all I did, right? Is I gave names to everything. I didn't actually change any other code. The last change was the delta. Okay, so this is all fixing the names, right? Give all ECS related JSON object keys symbolic names. Yeah, but MS Office itself, isn't that being sort of overtaken by web apps anyway? Even to the point now where you can run MS Office apps on the web, and then you can run them from Linux just fine. The junk code. I've heard that go both ways. I've heard that Windows has a lot of junk code in the kernel, but I've also heard that there's just a lot of code in the kernel because of all of the expectations people place on Windows now, and all of the legacy of apps that had to work even though they had bugs in them. But I think you're right either way. There's a lot of junk code. Whether the junk code is there for a good purpose or not depends, right? OneNote is not a paid app if you do it on the web, right? Don't think so. Yeah, I think OneNote comes for. I think OneNote is free now if you use the web version or if you use the Windows 10 version. I think if you wanted to use the non-web, non-Windows 10 version, then yeah, it's part of Office. Yeah. I mean, if you don't have a floppy disk drive anymore, I mean, there's still the drive, floppy disk driver is still in your set of drivers, even if you don't have one. Anyway, all right, let me move on to test this to make sure I didn't break anything. So I need to stop the cluster in test and start it again. So I'll reconnect, and it should just not have broken. Okay, so this is a perfect place to test the mask thing. I can demonstrate it. So oh, that's interesting. Why are there two copies of me? Oh, they're not always two copies of me. I think that was a glitch. Yeah. The unknown thing, that's an admin problem only. So here's the demonstration of the problem. So if I unmask the player, it still says player one until I refresh, and then I see the name. And let's say I get masked again. It still shows my name, even though it should show player one. The idea is that whenever the mask changes, it should go in there into the ECS system and change the player's the tile label. So I'm gonna do that next. I guess that's an ECS system test. Do we want to put that here? Or is it something that we want the executor to just do? I think it's actually cleaner to let the executor do it. Because well, hold on. Yeah, because hold on, let me think about this. Yeah, I think I can do this in the executor and it's the cleanest. It's just as a side effect of being masked. So there should be a mask in here somewhere. Okay, and there isn't. But I could make a test a bit cleaner that in response to a profile change where the mask flag changes, we can then require that it went through and change the tile name in the ECS. And we have to change it in a way that the rendering system knows that it was changed. I think that's the moved flag, right? I'm already forgetting stuff. Rendering system. Right, it goes through all tiles. And if the move flag is set, oh no, it's just updating the position. So really, it's a new kind of feedback, isn't it? Yeah, because right now the name is only set with add, so it's going to be a new message, like rename sprite or something. That makes sense, actually. So that means I want to do this first in the components test. Components test. How will we know if the name changed? We'll need to have something in one of the components to tell us that. And which one are we looking through? Tile? So something in the tile, maybe? Yeah, yeah. So if the tile changes for any reason, we'll have to re-update the tile. Right now the tile consists of just the name. That's the only thing we're putting in the tile, right? Test will tell me. Components, test. What makes up a tile? Yeah, it's only two things, the name and whether or not it was moved. So I guess I'm adding a third flag then. It'll be changed. And I want to abbreviate that. Or yeah. Yeah. I wanna have a key for that. Let me make the key first then. So const string key tile changed. C. Actually, while I'm at it, I can't just remove that because like I can't change the string because then the game would break if that was if there are journal entries with that and we replayed the old journal. So guess suppose I could obsolete it. I'll worry about that later. So just changed. And let's look where everywhere moved is done. This is the movement system. Yeah, so that doesn't change. Just a delta. Okay, here where we create a component here. So this is the first place. We should make a test for it. That is the ECS. So actually the hits will be in the ECS here. Right, so let's put the key there. False. Actually, let's just copy the entire pair there. Okay, making sure I'm doing the right thing here. Right, okay. Let's go to the top down, yeah. So include this. Actually, I don't know if I actually need that to exist everywhere. I think I will put, well, it's the tile, whether the tile change doesn't matter for tests, so tests can leave it out. Test of the movement system. Really, this should be a movement system date, but we'll go slide that change in there while no one's looking. Yeah, the movement system doesn't care about the tile. Yeah, so I don't think I'm not going to list it there unless the test cares about it. Rendering system cares. Yeah, so this matters. This matters. I want it to be created. Okay. I think I have it in all the right places. Is the next thing after that? It's gonna fail some tests, but while I'm waiting for it, let me think about what to do next. It'll be a new test to make sure that the rendering system, if that flag does get changed, sends the new tile. Alright, that'll be next. Okay, so what failed here? Yeah, so it didn't include the flag in there. So that'll be this one, right? Yep. Okay. That should fix that test. What about these other things? These are just deltas. Yeah. Okay. Don't know what test failed, but it was an ECS, right? My memory's so bad. You have 100 floppy drives? My goodness. Those are relics. Okay. The new test, I think, for the rendering system. So it won't be that the sprite moves, it's just that the sprite tile change, or tile changed. It might move and change at the same time too. So does that deserve another test? Probably. We have old floppy disks used as coasters. CDs are now, people turn CDs into all sorts of things like coasters. All right, position, tile, and the act will be that we set the child change to true. And Pepe becomes PogChamp. And moved is false. They didn't move. Then we invoke the update system. I mean, the update event gets sent to all systems, and we should get back message. Actually, we should just to be forwards compatible, we should only dispatch it to the rendering system. We should not get a move sprite. We should get this one though. the tile change should be reset when that happens. And instead of move sprite, it's update tile. And the ID is the entity, and then this will be name for now. PogChamp. There we go. Yeah, me neither. I actually had a problem where I wanted to recover data off a floppy, so I had to actually order through Amazon a USB floppy, like a floppy, external floppy drive with the USB interface. And that thing was like a piece of crap. It broke like after like an hour or so. It was just the cheapest thing you'd ever seen, cheapest piece of electronics. And I recovered like maybe a third of the floppies I had, and I started wondering, are those other 2/3 of the disks that I have bad, or is it just this cheap ass floppy drive? All right. Yeah, so it doesn't know that flag, so that is expected. So let's go update it. The rendering system. So now we have to look not only for the moved, but we also want to look for the changed flag. So is this we want to do regardless, right? So how about I do it this way? Whoa, that's a long link. Oh, there are several links there. Worth it for which library? What is that? Oh, that's what you're trying to display? Rendering 100,000 objects that are being resized and reshaded? I see. Cool. Only 3 worker threads. Nice. Yeah, so what I wanted to do here I think was, let's have a flag called, actually what's better is I can this is going to hit every tile, so I should try to be efficient. Tile update, false. If tile update, then we're going to include this feedback, and we'll form a JSON value of tile delta. Okay? If it moves, we're going to do that. Hold on, one thing at a time. We're going to do that, and then we're going to put into the tile delta moved equals false. And then what this will take is just the tile delta. So I need to set that to true. Then we'll check both. So if it moved, we got to move it. Actually, let's check the other key first. Key changed. If the tile changed, then we're sending a update, whatever the test said, update sprite. Update tile. Update tile, and we're going to give it the new name. So name is the tile's name. And then what changed is this key back to false. So these two can both change, and we'll end up having 2 things in the delta. All right. Let's make sure that that fixes this test. It did not. Okay, what did I do wrong? Okay, the delta is invalid. Oh, I know why. I did not initialize that correctly. Auto that equals JSON object empty object. Although I'd rather not call that constructor for everything, so let me be a little devious here. So I'll declare it and move it out of all the loops. So up here. And then this assignment to make a new object, we'll put here if it's false. Like that. I'll move it up there. There we go. Because it's going to process a lot of tiles. So I want the paths where nothing changes to be not constructing any unnecessary objects. So only if one of these conditions happens, and then only if there aren't any other updates yet that it will do that construction. Otherwise, it's just going to add more to the existing delta, and then if that flag was set at all, then we send the delta. Looks good to me. It's getting about that time for me to eat something. I'll probably call it after I get this ghost problem solved. All right. One more test. Let's have changed and moved. So this is changed only. Changed but not moved. This is changed and moved. And let's rename the old test. Moved but not changed. Move a sprite. Moved but not changed. I guess I don't need the not. Moved not changed. Changed not moved. And then changed and moved. Okay, so changed and move is that these are both true. Down here. And we should get both move and true set to false here. And then in addition to an update tile, there will also be a move sprite message. And which one did I pick first? I picked update tile first. So update tile and then move sprite. And then the modify component to reset both flags. Okay, good. So I expect this to already work. Dog's barking. Dog's like, someone open the front door. I gotta bark. Actually, hold on a second. I mute the correct thing. Alright, I was just making sure that the front door wasn't left open. I have a failure. What happened here? Something is different here. It actually looks the same to me. No, there's something different. The same until what point? There's an extra level of syntax somewhere here. Ah, it's near here. Move versus moved. That's what it is. I had a misspelling somewhere. That teaches me I should have used a key for it. I think it's move. I must have misspelled it moved in one place. Wait a minute. Oh, that's iron glove. Forget that stuff. Move is in the input component. That's the problem. I got confused. So it's, wait a minute. Why didn't it hit that in? Oh no, it did. So this is the D. I should make that a key though, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's do it. So let's change moved into realm server tile moved. Then it's not the odd man out, so to speak. Here's the one place it doesn't need to have a scope in front. All right, so that needs to have a declaration right here. I wish I could abbreviate it, but that would break backwards compatibility. I have to actually transition it to a new name and then drop the old way. Okay. Back to the test I go. Cool, so let's run all of the ones in components tests. Nice, okay. So now we just have to mark that the tile changed whenever the mask changes. When does that happen? I don't remember, so I'm going to search for it. Is masked. Close these ones. There it's initialized. Send player profile. Get name considering mask, okay. Check, change profile, check. I think, yeah, it's when it's changed, right? So that would be one of these. That's making the command. Which one is this? Yeah, executed. Here we go. Right, so if the username or the mask changes, we're sending subscribers tickets. So this is a good place. In addition to sending subscribers ticket change notices, we should also just look for if there's a tile. If that player has a tile in the game, we need to change the name of the tile. Okay, so that's a change profile test, right? Where is that? Profile? Really, I only care about the ECS part of it, though. What if I look for change profile? In that test suite. Profile change reflected to player, yeah. Right, so this is specifically turning off the mask. Yeah, so this is exactly what I want. Although this is, This test actually might break because it's expecting that there's only a profile message, but there'll also be an ECS change. We'll see. We'll see it happen, and then I'll fix it. Or maybe I build it into this test. Yeah, I think I'll build it into this test. I'll be deep. Oh, no, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea. I will copy this test because it's a different test suite that's responsible. That's responsible for the ECS, right? Yeah, so I'll just I'll make a test that's based on that, but slightly different from a different perspective. So we still set up the same and act the same, but what I'm going to care about is that the component is modified at that point, right? No, I did. I decided to have the executor do this, didn't I? No, I didn't. I must be getting tired because I'm like not remembering what I'm doing. Ask it GUI, what have I been doing? That's just to include. Okay, tested the rendering system. Yeah, I know that. I guess I hadn't decided yet. Suppose it does make sense that the executor would do it, because then it could just modify both at the same time. It'd be simpler, and the feedback to players would be through the rendering system, so that's all we care about. Yeah, so let me, delete the test I just added. Well, yeah, we're deleting the test I just added. And we're going into the executor. We'll have the executor do it. So it probably also has an existing test that, yeah, here we go, that deals with, in fact, it might have one for is masked. No? Change profile, though. Yes, so it's the same test, modified slightly. Oh, I guess I'll put it at the end. Let's say mask or name change. Let's just pick one. Mask change, because that'll happen with the name change anyway, so it's the only thing we really need to test. Mask change results in tile name change. Okay, so I need to both create a player and, actually, I don't need to publish that. They can just start, the record could just exist already. Why am I going through this process of creating them? Maybe just it was more convenient to do that? Hold on. How many times is this create player done in this module? It's done a lot. It's done a heck of a lot of times. I should refactor that out. What am I thinking? What was I thinking when I did that and didn't make a helper for it? Oh no, I have a helper for it. I guess I just never fully used that. How many times did I use it? I just started using it. Okay. I just never went back. Okay, I need to make a note for myself to remember that. Go back through executor tests and refactor all the code that should be using the add test user helper method rather than doing it manually, because it makes the code a lot easier to read if instead of that I just have that. So add a test user does all of that, and then the change is very specific though, so yeah, this has a convenient side effect of returning the create player command, which is what I want to use. Just auto, yeah, const auto. Because that has fields in it, so I don't have to repeat this stuff. Okay, so if that player gets masked, the changes are is masked false, because it starts out true, right? Actually, it's not specified. Okay, this defaulted to true. So this would turn the mask off. Okay, I need journal entry from somewhere. There we go. So we changed the profile, and then what I will expect... Okay, I need to actually have a tile in the game, so... I don't think the executor actually does this yet. The ECS tests for the coordinator do, though. This stuff. That's expecting it. Where's the here's the setup. Here we go. All right. So move that down here. Should probably make that a helper too. Is there any reason why I shouldn't build it into that? I don't think so. I won't know the entity ID, but does it matter? Because there should be there'll only be one tile. I can just look to see if that tile changed. I might want to know the entity ID though. Yeah, let's make it a separate helper. So something like this: const auto entity or character equals add character, and we'll use their ID. And that's all I need, right? Because it'll fetch everything else. What does this do? That should result in the player getting added. So that's all that this needs then. So I'll make that another helper. It'll return an integer, which is the entity ID, and it's going to take in an integer, which is the player ID. Okay, and so that has the guts of this here. All right, so create an entity, and it's going to return that at the end. The player ID goes... Okay, we didn't create the avatar. That's required. Did it not have a test to do that? I did. No. I did here. Do I need a position? I do not necessarily, but I'll put one in there right now anyway. And there's where player ID goes. Okay, so there's an avatar of the player who has some position in the world and has a tile. The name will fetch from the player. So players get player ID name. Oh, wait a minute. There's the mask problem, right? Masked. I had a helper for that somewhere. I put it in here. I don't remember where it was. Oh no, they won't be wiped. The game is released. The game is just going to morph over time very slowly. So what you create now will persist. Hopefully, that's my goal. G-test, yeah. I even recorded a video on how to set this up if you're curious. I'm trying to find... I wrote a helper function that computed a player's visible name somewhere, and I want to reuse that. So that's what I'm looking for right now. It used this is masked flag. I just don't remember where it was. Gotta be here somewhere. Where are you? You dang thing. You helper method you? Um, what is this? We're still in the test, so it could be here somewhere. This is the problem when you write a lot of code. You just stop remembering exactly where you put things. Where was the thing? Oh, I think it was in the subscription system. Oh, maybe I changed it. So now we just tell the client whether or not it's masked and let the client figure it out. So this is really bugging me that I can't find it. I'm not going to find it with username. That's too generic. How about if I look for player one? Right. The get my tickets message is handled in the moderation system. Get my, here it is. Send player tickets, expand ticket usernames. I think that's it. Why did I call it expand? Oh, because they were numbers and they get turned in. Okay, and then this, name considering mask. There we go. Found it. And none of the tests use it? Huh. All right. Well, okay, that's it. Let's just copy it. Yeah, let's just copy it to where I was editing. Down here. So this is get name considering mask. And that took the entire player record. So that's players get player ID, and then there we go. So that this will just put in and make it a helper function right here. And then it's just a helper function. It's realm server player record. And then it needs the string extensions. But otherwise, that's done. Okay. Turn bool into not not. I haven't really seen double not in C++. They use it in JavaScript, right, to turn something that's truthy into true, falsy into false. I've seen that trick before. Okay, so this is all to get this add character to work, right? Because it needs to set the name of the tile depending on whether or not the mask is correct. And then we're turning the mask off, and then we're expecting the entity component system to have changed at that point, right? Yeah, so we'll expect equal JSON object. Actually, very specific things we'll expect. It'll be two things. True. Let's get the object out. So that's the tile. That's asking the components. Get the entity of component type tile. Entity is character. Expect true if we interpret as a bool. Tile change. What did I do? What did I call it? Oh, actually give it a symbolic name. There we go. Symbolic name. So expect it's true now, and then expect equal to, we'll recompute the name. So we do this again. And the player ID is this. We'll expect that for interpreting as a string the name. Okay, test is complete. And time to see it fail, and then change the code to make the test pass. Hey there, Gelmega, how are you doing? You're coming in right at the end of my stream. But I'm gonna finish up this bug and deploy it, so I guess my stream will go a little bit longer to verify that I fixed things. I like to get to a good stopping point at the end of every stream. Right, so it didn't modify the change flag like it should, so let's go and do that. Yep, just past 4 hours. So it is, actually it's exactly here, right? I was going to inject some logic here that not only we're going to change the profile of the player, but if the username or the mask changes, we are going to also change the matching player's character. Getting close to getting methods for templated types to work, just need to figure out how to handle your input blocks parameters. Yes, so for those that don't know, Gelmega is making a computer programming language. So very impressive. There are a lot of little details in that and a lot of things you have to know. I can't help thinking that having the executor component here modify the component directly is a bad idea. I mean, I think it's correct. Just don't know for sure. I will just do it. YOLO, right? So we have to we have to loop through the components, the avatar components, and let me see if I've done this before, so I can just cheat. Of course I've done this before, but not in a test. I want it in a real component. Here we go. This is exactly what I want. So the coordinator destroys the entity if they log out. So same kind of logic. Oh, that's why the executor can't get to it. I can't do it because it doesn't have access to the components directly. No, it does. It does. It's under game state. There we go. Whew. Saved. Okay, go through all components of type avatar. If it knows about the key names, how come? Oh, we're in an anonymous namespace, so we don't know the namespace realm server. If the ID matches the command's player ID, then we found their avatar, right? Then we got to say, well, do they have a tile? So tile equals game state components get entity component of type tile. And let's record the entity ID here. So const.auto entity is components entry first. If tile get type is not equal to JSON value type invalid, means there is a tile. Then we're going to change it. So it'll be game state components set entity component of type. Again, tile, and then entity, and then tile. Actually, then I can't make that a constant because what I want to do is I want to say tile, whatever the key name is for changed. This one, yes. Equals true. and then write it back, and that should do it. So this will mark the tile to be changed if... Actually, this is doing it all the time. I need it to be conditional. Only if command changes has username or is masked. Otherwise, it's going to constantly be changing, resetting the tile name. Oh, and I wanted to set the name too, didn't I? So that would be tile name. And then we have to compute the name, right? I don't think we had access to that helper here. Do I need to copy that helper around? It wasn't here. Oh, shoot. Where was it? It was like get. No. Shoot. I should have written it down. I put it here though. Get name considering mask. That's what it was. Oh, the executor already has it. Okay, cool. That's the test, not the executor itself. It's buried in the coordinator. I guess for now I'll copy it, but I don't think this will be a permanent solution. I'll want to refactor this later. Where is that anonymous name? Oh, the whole thing is the anonymous namespace, so I can put it anywhere here. Let's put it right here. Generate the name visible for a given player, considering whether or not that player is currently masked. So that's realm server player. And although it's kind of gross, I'm just going to copy the code for now. So this. I'll have to refactor this later to consolidate that logic in one place. So now I can use that down here. There. And the player is, ooh. I guess we'll just ask the players to get the record back. Because we change it and then we just get it back. Get player ID. There we go. That's gross. Yeah, exactly. I'll fix it later. When it gets closer to the end time for my stream, I start to get really sloppy because I want to find a good stopping point. Not everyone's perfect. All right, let's pass the test that was failing before. Not passing. It didn't actually do it. Why not? It should get to here. Let's see what happens. Debug test. It never got there. Why not? It should have committed that. I guess I gotta put a breakpoint further up. Might have returned early. I might have missed something. Try again. Okay, there. They're not registered in the game. Okay. That means this add test user doesn't work. Why wouldn't it work? Should have created a character. Let me see what these numbers are. Record. ID. Okay, the 0 is wrong. Why is it 0? Oh. Yeah, that'll be a problem. Yeah. We have to get back the ID. I think I screwed this up, didn't I? Wait a minute. Yeah, oh, right. Yeah, I know what I did wrong. That gets us everything, but I can't use that ID. I have to get the ID separately from the execution results. So that is const auto player ID equals execution results ID interpreted as an integer. And then I have to use that instead of this number here. Actually, in all three places, right? Let me verify that works. 1, okay, good. And then let's just go and see, is it registered? Yes, all right, it got further. And it's not erroring anywhere. Oh, look, it's getting in there. Yay. What's the name going to be set to? Object. Name. String. Alice, yay. So it's going to work. Cool. Pass. All right, let's run all the tests. I need to do this all the time because when you add features to a large program, if you don't do it right, you can actually break other features. So this is another thing that's great about having these unit tests, is that the more tests you add, the more strict the testing, the more likely you break things if you don't keep your design clean. Yay, everything passes. All right, so that means it should kick in the rendering system to update my tile. So let's do the end-to-end test. And if that works, I'll push it up to the cloud so that you guys can play with it. So restart the test cluster. This will relog in. Oh, we decided to do snapshots in the middle. That's why there was that pause there. All right. Okay, so there's my admin console, and here's my player. So let's put that a little bit up there so we can, and let me move my character up a little bit. And then let me unmask the character. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, I didn't do the front end support for it. So I would have seen that in here as an unrecognized message, probably, right? Or maybe not at all. Let's see what I see. Mask. I did send something. Yeah, so it did it. It just I didn't do the update tile in the front end yet. Okay, so the back end should be working. So let me fix the front end. That's a new command in the front end. So we're now jumping back to React and Redux land. So messages come into the front end client through middleware server messages. And there's a table when we receive a message from the server, and the new message I added was called update something, right? Update sprite. I think it was update sprite. Sprite update. I don't remember. Now I have to look it up again. How embarrassing. That would be in the ECS system. Or was it? No, components. Oh, I'm just going to go straight to the code and look at. So that would be components. Update tile. And there was the test for it. Right. Changed, right. Okay. Update tile. So back here, I need to add an update tile. On update tile. Okay. So this is what I've been terming to be a handler for a server message, which is sort of conditional logic that's done in Redux middleware. So I turn it around and basically refine what it means. So an update tile, kind of like a remove sprite, would be we interpret the contents of the message and reflect a sprite updated. And I should include the name in the name comes from the message, and also the name goes back into the sprite update, right? Because this sends us both of them. So this is an action I need to define. Reflect sprite updated. Sprite updated. Okay, and then that I want to go to the phaser stage. So we're going to take that action, and the phaser stage is in the stage middleware. That has its own table here. Reflect sprite updated. And then another, because of a race condition in startup, there's a special little hack I had to put in here to defer that action if we haven't yet finished setting up the phaser stage. I need to fix that soon too. Anyway, it may be delayed, but eventually it'll be called and we need to handle it. So that will be, I said ID and name, right? And then we need the access to the stage. And then what we're going to do is look for that tile. If we don't have one, then we return. Otherwise, we're going to get the tile out. And I think all I need to do is update the label, right? So that's labeled. How do we update a label in Phaser? I don't know. Time to look it up. Leave page, yes. Okay. So it's probably under the input, the label class, right? Phaser, what would it be? Game objects text? Is that what it is that I made? What did I create? Text. Okay, so text, what are the methods? Or what are the, it's probably a member, right? Or can I use a setter? Set text? That's probably what I should do, right? Let's just do that. Set text. With the new name, with a new the name. There. I don't actually need the sprite out of that. Okay, let's see if that worked. So this is the admin screen here, and I'll select that player. And here I am in the game, and now when I hit the mask key, oh, it worked. Nice. All right, I'm happy. Ship it. How often do you get to say that? Ship it. Both front end, back end changes were made, and I'm gonna consider it a new feature because there's a new message involved. So bump the front end version and the back end version. So while I'm choosing my checking comments, let me go ahead and do an npm build there. And we're checking in all the things together. Actually, hold on. Let's do the front end stuff separate. So front end stuff is handle the update tile message by reflecting the sprite be updated. Okay, so handle update tile message. Actually, tile's a bad word. It should be sprite. Should be sprite, but I'll fix that later. Update handle tile message. Actually, now is the best time to fix it. Yeah, it should be sprite, not tile. Let's fix it. Because it's easy to fix. I just do this. Update sprite. I have a move sprite. I could put the name in the move sprite command. Nah, I'll just keep it separate. There we go. No, let me review. Yes. Although it's not complete. Let's do not whole word. Yes, because I want all these to change. Actually, hold on. Yes. Tell update sprite. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what I want. Do it. Build. So I'll have to rebuild. I'll have to redo this. And after the backend builds, then I can retest. So start that up again. And find that player again. And there I am. Let me move up so we can see me. That's a display glitch because of the server going down. Let me fix that. And ignore that it says that unknown. That's a different problem. Mask, unmask. Okay, cool, it works. And yeah, hold on. I need to make sure my Linux box is booted up. Hold on a second. Because I'm going to be deploying a backend change. Let's deploy the front end change right now. Assuming I have this commit correct. Yeah, I need to check it in first. Yes. Sprite updated. On update sprite. Cool. Handle update sprite message. Yeah, just handle it. And then that is 150. So I can tag that front 150, and then now I feel comfortable deploying it. Deploying. Hopefully I don't break anything. And while that's deploying, let me prepare these check-ins. Okay, I really hope this works. Send update sprite. Actually, that's not what this change is. Executor change tiles when names masks change. And player. That's exactly what I want. You can change it directly because the game systems pick up the change and tell the so it just works because of the magic of ECS. Get to pick a version number for this. Let's call it back 130 and then push tags, and I need to get my Linux box connected. I can build that code. That'll take a moment. All right. Starting up an X server. Then I'll run xterm and build everything. All right. Waiting for my X terminal to show up. Actually, it's the desktop session I'm waiting for. There it is. Took a while. There's my X terminal to my Linux box. I'm going to go to projects and then pull. Actually, first I need to add my key. Then I can pull all my changes down from GitHub and elsewhere. Because there was a random change I made last night. I might as well just include that. It was like in the URI component. Someone noticed a bug there in IPv6 address parsing. I might as well pull it down now. There it is. And then we'll just build it. C make build release. Yes, we know temp nam is dangerous, but it was only for temporary code. Actually, it's in Lua, that's a problem. Okay, so then I'm going to do my Linux staging script, then go to the stage, and I'm going to strip the executable down so it's a little bit smaller. Yeah, a little bit late. I'm doing deployment right now, Shake Soda. I got the feature to work, and I am just pushing it now. SFTP. I haven't fully automated the packaging and deployment, so I'm gonna do this manually again. AWS my key, and then EC2 user at my computer. Servers. All right, and then put that, and then while that's going, I'm gonna connect to the EC2 instance. And I can't show that on stream though because it's got leaks and stuff. Yeah, I could do with spending like an hour or two just automating this with a Python script, really. All right, so I see it showed up there, and I'm gonna place it and put the version number in the name. It was 130, right? Yeah, 130. Okay, and then just cause it's easier for me to do, I'm gonna do a couple things. On the real game, where's the real game? I'm gonna have to log everyone out. Not too many people are logged in, so what I'm gonna do, just to be safe, is snapshot the game state, and then it's all gonna go down now. It's down, see everyone stop moving. And, oh, interesting. It didn't stop the way I thought it would. No, it did stop. Huh, okay, well. Copy 1.3 over the main process and start it up again, I guess. YOLO. I find it interesting that this didn't update. Okay, it's back up. I got logged out due to inactivity earlier. Cool. All right, now the test is, can a masked player be unmasked and show up to people? So I will just do that to myself. I'm gonna mask myself. Oh look, it didn't quite work. Why didn't it work? Huh, it showed up. It worked for the admin tool, but this didn't work. let me see what's going on with the debug tools. So that. Am I getting... I'll do this off screen so that you can see it here. When I mask my player... Okay, I did see it cross there. It's too much going on for me. Okay, there it is. Why did it log? Why did it send me my profile? Oh, because my profile changed, yeah. So when I mask myself... Oh, it is working. Okay, never mind. It was working. I don't know why I didn't think it was working. I was probably looking at the wrong screen and getting confused. Okay, so... how do I show this better? I'll go to the top of the screen. Who is that? SPJ and Nui are racing each other. And when I hit mask, my name will get masked. See, now I'm player 1. Unmask, and then I show up again. So, yeah, there we go. Who else is logged in here? Who's there in the center? Oh, right, that is Steampunk Devil sitting in the center, and then there's still that ghost I never got rid of. Player 84. I'll have to either write some special code to delete that ghost character or just wipe it out manually. I'm not too worried about it right now. Everyone will see player 84 for a while until I fix him. Alright, so what did I work on today? Recapping here. I fixed the input focus so that you no longer need to like click in the window like randomly to get the input focus. And now in addition to doing WASD, you can use the arrow keys or the numpad, and also put these buttons in the game. I did that. And then I worked on fixing some race conditions in the backend that aren't really that visible, but actually the effect should be that it no longer should let you do a double move. Double move should not be possible anymore, and it shouldn't get stuck so often where you release the key and it still moves. Well, thank you, Crumpet. I wonder if tomorrow or Monday I should work on art to appease some of the art fans. Actually, it's probably what I will be doing, because that was the bonus after fixing that, was to allow avatar selection, and you can't select avatars unless I actually draw them first and then let you pick from them. That's probably what I'll do on Monday, is we'll be adding under the profile some way to select a different art for your avatar, and I'll be doing some drawing probably. Or I might pick from open source assets or something. So yeah, that last thing I fixed was the mask. So if anyone created an account now and moved around and there were masks, actually let me play around with this. I can mask Nui. So now the character moving around, okay, we can't see the name because it's off the screen, but it should show up as a player number. Yeah, player something. Player 5. So unmask Nui, and now you can see Nui's name. I can mask SPJ if I wanted. Now you're player 67. Unmask, and you're SPJ again. So that's what I did today. I'm pretty happy about it. Nothing crashed. I didn't explode anything on the back end. So let me detach from that console, and I'm done with the Linux. I'll shut down later. Admin abuse. Oh, masking you? Yeah. All right. I'll come up with more things to do next week, because I don't think this will take a whole day. I might think of some content improvement. For example, having background tiles would be kind of nice, wouldn't it? And maybe the ability to not have this invisible wall, but actually have it where as you move through the game, you're scrolling through an area. That'll give it more of a sense that it's larger than just the window. I might work on that. but I'll think about it over the weekend. I hope everyone has a great weekend, and I'm gonna call it here and just pick someone else to raid. Well, thank you, Gelmega. I hope you have a great weekend. Who should we raid? Let's see. Who I haven't raided in a while. I don't know. Should I raid Steampunk? Oh, thank you. Jock Norris? I think I raided Steampunk recently. Plus the whole CT change. CT change? Not sure what you mean. I raided Obara recently, but it was right at the end of his stream, and I think this time it's not the end of his stream. He's actually working on something cool, so I think I'll raid him again. So if you haven't seen Obother stream, Obother is a maker. In other words, he's working on hardware, software, soldering, lasers. It's a fun stream. So hope you guys have fun with that. I'm gonna hit the button to raid, and I'll just say I hope you have a great weekend, and I'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. Pacific, which is 1700 hours UTC. So have a pleasant rest of your day. Great weekend. See ya. Bye.